Welcome back, Night Watchers. Tonight's first story is the kind that makes you double-check who you trust. The sitter came with glowing reviews. Polite, professional, sweet with the kids. But something felt off. Not loud, not obvious, just off. Then your child says, "She talks to the man in the necklace after we go to sleep." And suddenly, everything feels wrong. A hidden lens, a flash drive labeled private collection, and footage from your own home recorded before she ever walked through the door. Before we begin, make sure you're subscribed, like the video, and drop a comment. What time is it for you, and where in the world are you watching from? Now, settle in. Dim the lights, and relax. I honestly do not know what I expected from posting this. I have written and deleted this a few times now. It still makes my stomach turn when I think about it, and I guess I just need to get it out there. Maybe someone else has seen something similar. Maybe this helps someone. I do not know. It started a few months ago. My husband and I had been struggling with work schedules, late nights, and just general exhaustion from juggling everything. We have a 5-year-old daughter. Bright, sweet, a little shy, but very tuned in to people. She's one of those kids who picks up on tone and energy before you even speak. Always has been. We decided we needed some help, just a few nights a week. Someone to watch her for a few hours after school until one of us got home. I put out a few inquiries, asked friends and co-workers, and eventually we got a recommendation. A young woman named Chloe came from a family one of my colleagues knew. Early 20s, had a clean record, CPR certified, the whole deal. She seemed professional, friendly but not overly so. I met her twice before she officially started and everything felt fine. The first few weeks were uneventful. She arrived on time, brought little snacks, sometimes small crafts for my daughter. My daughter liked her, at least at first. I will say, looking back, she was never overly excited about Chloe the way she had been about past sitters, but nothing stood out as off. Not until a few weeks in. I noticed my daughter started to become reserved, not scared, not visibly upset, just quiet in a way that felt unnatural for her. I asked her once, just gently, if everything was okay with Chloe. She nodded quickly, too quickly, and said, "She's nice," which should have reassured me, but it didn't. It felt rehearsed. And then she changed the subject completely. One night, after I put her to bed, she asked me if she could sleep with the light on. That was new. I asked if she had a bad dream, and she said no. I asked why then, and she hesitated before saying, "Miss Chloe talks to the man in the necklace after we go to sleep." I will never forget how she said that, completely matter of fact, no fear, like it was just something she had observed. I asked her what she meant. She pointed to her own neck and mimicked holding something up to her mouth. "She talks here, quiet, like whispering. I think she tells him what we're doing." It chilled me, not going to lie, but I also didn't want to scare her, so I kept my face neutral and said maybe she was just talking on the phone. She frowned and said, "No, phones have buttons. Her necklace just has a little circle." That was when I started paying closer attention. The next time Chloe came over, I watched her more closely. Her necklace was nothing fancy, just a black cord with a silver circle pendant, plain, about the size of a coin. It didn't light up or flash or anything like that, but once you had the idea in your head, you could not unsee it, the way she touched it, the way she adjusted it constantly. like she was checking something. I didn't say anything at first. I just observed. Then one evening, when Chloe had gone home and my daughter was asleep, I went into the guest room we let Chloe use to store her bag and coat. She always left her things in there. I told myself I was just being paranoid, that I just needed to see there was nothing weird and I could move on. Inside her bag, I found a flash drive. It had a white label with the words "Private Collection" written on it in neat, careful handwriting. My stomach dropped. I plugged it into my laptop with shaking hands. There were dozens of video files, all labeled by what looked like street addresses. Some had names, some just had dates. I recognized one of the folders immediately. It was our address. Inside were over a dozen short video clips, footage from inside our house, our living room, my daughter's bedroom, some from high up, like from the top of a bookshelf. Some lower down near the door. All of it looked like it had been recorded over several weeks. And some of it, I swear, was from before she had even officially started working with us. I sat there, staring at the screen, heart racing. The audio was low quality, but you could hear voices, my voice, my husband's, our daughter's. And in one clip, you could clearly see Chloe adjusting her necklace, and the angle of the video shifted slightly, as if the lens itself had moved. I called the police that night. They came out, took statements, collected the flash drive. They also took her necklace, which we had found in the guest room. She had forgotten it. It was heavier than it looked, and the back had a tiny, almost invisible seam around the edge. Hidden tech, probably. I did not want to touch it more than I had to. The officers were serious. No eye rolling, no brushing it off. They said they had seen a few similar devices before. They asked for the names of other families who might have used her. We gave them everything we had. That was the beginning. I don't think I've ever felt that specific kind of sick before. That heavy, leaden pressure in your chest when you realize something you thought was just paranoia is real. And not just real worse than you imagined. The police took everything seriously, which I wasn't expecting. Part of me thought they'd try to talk me down or say there was probably a logical explanation, but they didn't. One of the officers, the younger one, stayed behind to ask a few more questions while the other went back to the car with the evidence. He asked things like, had we seen Chloe use any other devices? Did she ever leave the room with our daughter alone for long stretches? Did we know where she was staying? I had no idea. She always arrived and left on time, never made personal calls around us, never even mentioned her living arrangements. I gave him the contact info we had, the number we had been using to reach her, which suddenly went straight to voicemail, and the name of the family who had originally recommended her. He nodded and said they would be following up with everyone she'd had contact with. Before they left, I asked the question that had been in the back of my mind since I found the footage. Is this something you've seen before? The officer paused. Then he said, not exactly, but it's close. He didn't explain, just told us someone from the department's cyber division would be in touch. That night, I barely slept. Every noise felt suspicious. Every corner of the house seemed like it could be hiding something. I pulled out every drawer, moved every piece of furniture, checked behind every door. I did not want to believe we had been watched for weeks, maybe longer, and never known. But that's exactly what happened. The next morning, an officer from a different unit called. He said his team had started reviewing the flash drive we turned over and needed to ask some follow-up questions. We agreed to meet later that day. He didn't come in uniform. No name badge, no cruiser. Just a plain dark jacket and a quiet voice. He introduced himself, but to be honest, I don't remember his name. All I remember is what he said. They had found footage from at least 6 different homes. Some were clearly from our neighborhood. Others looked like they were from entirely different cities. The timestamp data had been wiped, but a few audio files still had background noise music, doorbells, local news on the television, and that gave them some leads. But what made my stomach twist was how far back it seemed to go. He said there were signs this might have been happening for over a year. And not just with Chloe. There were different camera angles, different necklace styles, even footage that looked like it was taken from a child's toy, all somehow tied together through that one flash drive. I asked if it could be a trafficking thing. He didn't say yes, but he didn't say no either. He said there were patterns, certain addresses appearing more than once, certain children being filmed over and over again, always in the same rooms, with the same camera setup. No audio in some, but in others, faint voices in the background, conversations that didn't match the family's voices. And one clip, he didn't describe it in detail, had been flagged for something more serious. That's when I stopped him. I didn't want to know. Not yet. It was already too much. He said they had identified 2 of the families in the footage and had reached out. One of them didn't even know their child had been filmed. The other? Their daughter had gone missing 6 months ago. The sitter they had hired, someone calling herself Chloe as well, had vanished the same day. No trace, no clues, just a fake name and an address that turned out to be a short-term rental under another fake identity. And that's when the whole thing shifted from creepy to something else. Something horrifying. This wasn't just about a girl filming for herself. It wasn't just a violation of privacy. It was part of something coordinated, deliberate. Something that used trust and familiarity to get access to homes and children without ever setting off alarm bells. The officer said they were working with federal investigators now. They had opened a larger case. They asked for permission to scan our home, not just a walkthrough, but a forensic scan for hidden devices. We agreed immediately. They came the next day with equipment, black cases, scanners, quiet conversations on walkie-talkies. I kept my daughter at my sister's that night. I didn't want her anywhere near the chaos. And I didn't want to explain why there were men lifting up the floorboards in her closet. They found 2 hidden cameras we didn't know about. One inside a smoke detector in the hallway, and one inside a nightlight in her bedroom. Both transmitting, not storing, which meant someone had been watching live, not reviewing old clips. Watching. I felt like my whole body disconnected when they told me that, like I was floating above the room watching someone else fall apart. I didn't cry, I didn't scream. I just sat down and stared at the wall. One of the officers asked if I was okay, and I said yes. But I wasn't. I still am not. We changed every lock, canceled every device, got rid of every object Chloe had ever touched, but none of that undoes what happened. none of it erases the fact that someone watched my daughter sleep, that someone pretended to be kind and trustworthy and good, and then violated every inch of safety we thought we had. The last thing the officer said before leaving that night was that we should be proud we acted quickly, that we might have stopped something worse from happening. But that's not how it feels. Not at all. The next few days were a blur. I started carrying this low, constant hum of anxiety around with me, like something had settled just under my skin. I was jumpy in my own home. Every sound felt suspicious. Every silence felt worse. I kept expecting to see someone standing in the hallway just outside of view. I knew it didn't make sense, but sense had stopped mattering. The officers came back with more questions on the following Tuesday. They sat in our living room again, notebooks open, calm voices. One of them knew someone from a specialized investigations unit, I think. She had that steady presence some people have, like nothing you say will rattle them. But when I told her everything we had found in Chloe's bag, she didn't ask me to repeat it. She just nodded like she had heard it all before. She said more families had been contacted, that they were now tracing at least 11 different sets of footage across 3 states, and those were just the ones on our flash drive. Some of the videos showed faces. Some had audio. A few, disturbingly, seemed to include footage that did not line up with any known residents, which meant there were likely more families who still didn't know. Then she asked if we had ever seen Chloe around our neighborhood before she applied, maybe at the park or a local shop or anywhere she might have had an excuse to be. We both said no. My husband looked at me with this expression that said, "Should we have noticed something?" The officer said they believed she or whoever trained her might have been scouting families before making contact. Apparently, our footage began nearly 2 full weeks before we interviewed her. That realization hit like a punch to the stomach. I had always thought we chose her, that we were in control of that decision, but now it felt like we had been picked, like someone had been watching us long before we even knew they existed. The officer said they were working with tech analysts to trace where the footage had been uploaded or streamed. That part was complicated, she said. Whoever was behind this knew what they were doing. Layers of encryption, jump servers, fake metadata, but they had found a few threads, low-res previews of stills that had been shared on hidden forums. Forums, she said, that traffickers sometimes use to mark families of interest. My hands were cold just hearing the words. Families of interest. My family. She didn't go into detail, and I didn't ask. I didn't want to know what kind of people looked at our home and saw a target. I didn't want to know how long they had been following us. I just wanted it to stop. They promised to keep us updated. That was the end of the conversation. The officers left, and then the silence came back. That silence I hated now. That too perfect quiet that made the flat feel like a stage after the audience had gone home. I found myself staring at corners again, listening too hard. Later that night, my daughter woke up crying. It wasn't a nightmare cry. It was one of those quiet, choked sobs kids do when they're trying not to make noise. I found her sitting up in bed, blanket clutched to her chest, staring toward the door. She said, "I saw her again." I didn't even have to ask who. I held her and told her she was safe, that Chloe wasn't coming back, that nobody could hurt her, but she shook her head and said, "Not Chloe, The man. That stopped me. What man? I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. The man from the necklace, she whispered. I asked her what he looked like. She didn't answer. She just said, "He watches too." I didn't sleep after that. I sat in the hallway outside her door all night. Nothing moved, nothing whispered, but I still didn't sleep. I kept thinking about what she said. The man. It made me wonder if Chloe had ever let someone else into the house, if maybe she had not worked alone. Maybe someone had stood in the same rooms I now walked through, invisible to us, waiting. The next morning, I emailed the detective. I told her what my daughter said. She replied a few hours later. No official details. Just that they were looking into connections Chloe might have had. And that yes, there was a possibility she had not been working alone. The implication was there in the silence that followed. They didn't know how far this went, or how many clothes there were. Over the next few days, I noticed my daughter start to slowly return to herself. She laughed more. She asked for her bedtime stories again. She even started humming while she played, which she used to do all the time. I wanted so badly to believe it was over, that the worst had passed. But I still felt it, like a draft in the room, no matter how tightly you shut the windows. Then something strange happened. We got a letter in the post. No return address, no stamp. Just a plain white envelope on our doorstep. Inside was a photograph. Black and white, slightly grainy, but recent. It showed my daughter, sitting in the back garden, coloring. I was in the photo too, through the kitchen window, holding a cup of tea. We never heard the shutter, never saw a person, but someone had taken it, which means someone was close, closer than we thought. The photograph unsettled me deeply. It was a candid shot of my daughter playing in the backyard, unaware of the camera. I was visible through the kitchen window, sipping tea. The realization that someone had been close enough to capture this image without our knowledge was terrifying. I handed the photo to the detective the next morning. She examined it carefully, noting the angle and lighting. "This was taken recently," she said. "We'll have our forensic team analyze it for fingerprints or any other trace evidence." The investigation intensified. The police discovered that Chloe had used multiple aliases and had been employed by several families across different states. Each case had similar patterns: hidden cameras, unauthorized footage, and in some instances, missing personal items. One family reported that their child had mentioned a friend who visited at night, someone only the child could see. Another family found unfamiliar footprints in their home, leading to rooms that were supposed to be off-limits. The stories were eerily similar, suggesting a coordinated effort rather than isolated incidents. The authorities began to suspect that Chloe was part of a larger network involved in surveillance and possibly trafficking. They traced her movements and found that she had connections to individuals previously investigated for similar crimes. The evidence pointed to a well-organized operation targeting families under the guise of child care services. Our home was searched thoroughly. The forensic team found additional hidden devices, a small camera concealed in a smoke detector and another in a decorative wall clock. Both were transmitting data to an unknown location. The realization that our private moments had been broadcasted was horrifying. The detectives assured us that they were doing everything possible to dismantle the network. They collaborated with federal agencies, sharing information and coordinating efforts. The case expanded, uncovering more victims and leading to several arrests. Despite the progress, the emotional toll on our family was immense. My daughter became withdrawn, fearful of being alone. We sought therapy to help her cope with the trauma. The sense of violation lingered, making it difficult to feel safe in our own home. The community was shocked as news of the investigation spread. Parents questioned their own child care arrangements, and many came forward with concerns about their experiences. The authorities set up a hotline for tips and information, leading to more discoveries and aiding the ongoing investigation. As the case unfolded, it became clear that the network had exploited modern technology to infiltrate homes and gather sensitive information. They used sophisticated equipment and tactics to avoid detection, making it challenging for law enforcement to track them. The detectives emphasized the importance of vigilance and encouraged families to be cautious when hiring caregivers. They provided resources and guidelines to help identify potential red flags and ensure the safety of children. Our experience served as a stark reminder of the dangers that can lurk behind seemingly trustworthy individuals. It highlighted the need for thorough background checks and open communication within families about any concerns or unusual behavior. The investigation continued, with authorities determined to bring all those involved to justice. While the process was slow and arduous, each step brought us closer to understanding the full extent of the network's operations. Through it all, we focused on healing and rebuilding our sense of security. We took measures to enhance our home's safety, including installing a comprehensive security system and being more selective about who we allowed into our lives. The journey was far from over, but we remained hopeful that justice would prevail and that our story would serve as a warning to others. The experience taught us the importance of trust, awareness, and the need to protect our loved ones from hidden threats. The photograph unsettled me deeply. It was a candid shot of my daughter playing in the backyard, unaware of the camera. I was visible through the kitchen window, sipping tea. The realization that someone had been close enough to capture this image without our knowledge was terrifying. I handed the photo to the detective the next morning. She examined it carefully, noting the angle and lighting. "This was taken recently," she said. "We'll have our forensic team analyze it for fingerprints or any other trace evidence." The investigation intensified. The police discovered that Chloe had used multiple aliases and had been employed by several families across different states. Each case had similar patterns: hidden cameras, unauthorized footage, and in some instances, missing personal items. One family reported that their child had mentioned a friend who visited at night, someone only the child could see. Another family found unfamiliar footprints in their home, leading to rooms that were supposed to be off-limits. The stories were eerily similar, suggesting a coordinated effort rather than isolated incidents. The authorities began to suspect that Chloe was part of a larger network involved in surveillance and possibly trafficking. They traced her movements and found that she had connections to individuals previously investigated for similar crimes. The evidence pointed to a well-organized operation targeting families under the guise of child care services. Our home was searched thoroughly. The forensic team found additional hidden devices, a small camera concealed in a smoke detector, and another in a decorative wall clock. Both were transmitting data to an unknown location. The realization that our private moments had been broadcasted was horrifying. The detectives assured us that they were doing everything possible to dismantle the network. They collaborated with federal agencies, sharing information and coordinating efforts. The case expanded, uncovering more victims and leading to several arrests. Despite the progress, the emotional toll on our family was immense. My daughter became withdrawn, fearful of being alone. We sought therapy to help her cope with the trauma. The sense of violation lingered, making it difficult to feel safe in our own home. The community was shocked as news of the investigation spread. Parents questioned their own childcare arrangements, and many came forward with concerns about their experiences. The authorities set up a hotline for tips and information, leading to more discoveries and aiding the ongoing investigation. As the case unfolded, it became clear that the network had exploited modern technology to infiltrate homes and gather sensitive information. They used sophisticated equipment and tactics to avoid detection, making it challenging for law enforcement to track them. The detectives emphasized the importance of vigilance and encouraged families to be cautious when hiring caregivers. They provided resources and guidelines to help identify potential red flags and ensure the safety of children. Our experience served as a stark reminder of the dangers that can lurk behind seemingly trustworthy individuals. It highlighted the need for thorough background checks and open communication within families about any concerns or unusual behavior. The investigation continued, with authorities determined to bring all those involved to justice. While the process was slow and arduous, each step brought us closer to understanding the full extent of the network's operations. Through it all, we focused on healing and rebuilding our sense of security. We took measures to enhance our home's safety, including installing a comprehensive security system and being more selective about who we allowed into our lives. The journey was far from over, but we remained hopeful that justice would prevail and that our story would serve as a warning to others. The experience taught us the importance of trust, awareness, and the need to protect our loved ones from hidden threats. The days following the discovery of the photograph were a blur of police visits, forensic teams, and media inquiries. Our home, once a sanctuary, had become a hub of investigation. The authorities worked diligently, uncovering more hidden devices and tracing the network Chloe had been a part of. Each revelation was more disturbing than the last. The police informed us that Chloe was not acting alone. She was part of a larger organization involved in surveillance and trafficking. They had used advanced technology to infiltrate homes, gather information, and exploit families. The necklace was just one of many tools in their arsenal. As the investigation progressed, several arrests were made. The network was dismantled piece by piece, and the authorities assured us that the threat had been neutralized. Chloe was apprehended in another state, attempting to assume a new identity. She was charged with multiple offenses, including invasion of privacy and child endangerment. Despite the legal victories, the emotional scars remained. Our daughter struggled with nightmares and anxiety. We enrolled her in therapy, hoping to help her process the trauma. Slowly, she began to heal, finding comfort in routines and the unwavering support of her family. We took measures to secure our home, installing a comprehensive security system and being more vigilant about who we allowed into our lives. Trust, once given freely, was now earned through careful scrutiny. The community rallied around us, offering support and sharing their own stories. Many had experienced similar invasions of privacy, and together we formed a network to raise awareness and promote safety. Workshops were organized, and resources were shared to educate others about the dangers lurking behind seemingly innocent facades. Months passed, and life began to resemble normalcy. Our daughter laughed more, the shadows in her eyes fading with each passing day. We found solace in the small victories, cherishing the moments of peace that had once been taken for granted. One evening, as we sat together in the living room, our daughter turned to me and asked, "Is the man in the necklace gone forever?" I hesitated, unsure of how to answer. I wanted to reassure her, to promise that the danger had passed, but the truth was more complex. I knelt beside her, taking her small hands in mine. "The people who hurt us have been caught," I said gently, "but it's important to stay aware and protect ourselves. We can't control everything, but we can be prepared." She nodded solemnly, her eyes reflecting a wisdom beyond her years. "I won't let anyone hurt us again," she whispered. In the quiet that followed, I realized that while the physical threat had been eliminated, the psychological impact would linger. But we were stronger now, forged by adversity and united in resilience. As we continued to rebuild our lives, I often found myself reflecting on the events that had transpired. The betrayal, the fear, the violation of our most sacred space, it all served as a stark reminder of the darkness that can hide behind a smile. Yet, amidst the pain, there was growth. We had become more vigilant, more connected, and more appreciative of the simple joys in life. Our family bond had deepened, fortified by the trials we had endured. In the end, the experience left us with a profound understanding of the fragility of trust and the importance of vigilance. We learned to question, to observe, and to protect what mattered most. And as I watched my daughter play in the backyard, her laughter echoing through the air, I couldn't help but wonder how many others had faced similar threats without ever knowing. How many lives had been touched by unseen eyes and unheard whispers? The answers eluded me, but one thing was certain: we would never be the same. And perhaps, in that transformation, we had found a new kind of strength. The first message came at 2:41 a.m. I remember because I heard the ping while I was half asleep, face down in my pillow, phone still plugged in on my nightstand. I almost ignored it, but the second ping came fast, then a third. I reached over, bleary-eyed, and opened the screen. The quiet room, 7 members. I didn't recognize the group name, or the number that added me. It didn't even look like a real number, just a string of symbols and letters. Everyone else in the chat had the same blank profile picture, like generic silhouettes, no names, no bios. The first message just said, "Welcome." Then a second, "You have secrets, we know them." I thought it was some dumb spam thing, maybe a joke, but I didn't leave the chat right away. I was too curious. Half of me figured it was someone from school messing around. Then another message dropped in. "Should we start with Tasha?" My chest tightened. "That's my name." I typed back, "Who is this?" No one responded. Instead, a photo appeared. It was blurry at first, then I realized it was me. In my bedroom. Taken through my window. I sat up so fast I nearly knocked my lamp over. The picture wasn't from earlier that day. It wasn't old. It was that night. I was wearing the same sweatshirt. My curtains weren't fully drawn. The picture was from outside the house. Someone had been there. I texted again, this time all caps, "Is this a joke?" Someone else finally responded. Not a name, just user 3. No jokes here. You're up first. And then another message followed. Tell your best friend what you said about her, or we do it for you. It was like my brain short-circuited. I started typing back 100 questions, trying to figure out if it was Lily messing with me or someone from class. I kept thinking, how do they know this? The only time I'd ever said anything bad about Lily was in a voice message. I deleted it, never sent it. I didn't tell anyone else, but I did save it. I checked my files. It was gone. I barely slept. The next morning, I figured maybe I dreamed it, until I opened the group chat again and saw 5 new messages waiting. Another photo, this time from school. A shot of my locker being opened. Better talk fast. That day, I pulled Lily aside in the bathroom and told her everything, not just the group chat. I told her what I said. How I was mad, and I'd said something I didn't mean, and that I never planned on her hearing it. She cried. Didn't say much. Walked out of the stall and didn't talk to me for the rest of the day. Later that night, the chat sent me a single message. Good, you're learning. Then, a new notification. User 8 has joined the chat. I clicked the group info, another silhouette, blank, but I recognized the number. It was Jordan. One of the quieter guys in our grade, mostly kept to himself, not weird, just private, smart, always on his phone, never really talking. He messaged privately. Did they do this to you too? I replied, yeah, do you know who they are? He didn't respond right away. Then, don't try to leave. It gets worse if you try to leave. I didn't know what that meant, but it didn't sit right. That night, I tried to remove myself from the group anyway. It didn't work. The app froze, then shut down. When I reopened it, the chat was still there. A new message blinked at the bottom. Nice try. Followed by a link. I didn't click it at first, but curiosity got the better of me. It opened a Google Doc. Inside, a transcript of messages between me and someone I'd been talking to secretly. Messages I'd deleted. Messages I thought no one ever saw. I couldn't breathe. The next morning, Jordan wasn't at school. I asked around. Nobody knew where he was. Teachers said he was out sick, but his locker was cleaned out by the end of the day. That night, the chat went quiet for hours. Then the next message hit. Tasha completed her task. Jordan did not. 3 chances. Fail again, and your face will be next. Under that, a screenshot of me from a video call taken without me knowing. My face in mid-sentence, looking off-screen. I covered the front-facing camera with a sticky note. I didn't know what else to do. When I checked the member list again, Jordan's name was gone. Not just removed, erased, like he'd never been there. That weekend, I saw Lily at a coffee shop. She didn't look mad anymore, just tired. She came over and sat next to me without saying anything. Then she opened her phone and showed me something. Her own chat. Same name, The Quiet Room. Same blank profiles. She scrolled through the messages. Her first dare, break into the nurse's office and steal a file. She hadn't done it yet. She didn't know how. I felt sick. That's when we realized it wasn't just a group. It was a game. Someone was pulling strings, watching, listening, punishing. It didn't feel like a prank anymore. It felt like we were being tested. And I wasn't sure we were supposed to win. The thing that scared me most wasn't the messages, or the photos, or even the dares. It was how normal everything still looked on the outside. My mom was still making dinner. My teachers were still handing out pop quizzes. My friends were still laughing in the cafeteria like the world hadn't cracked open underneath us. But in that group chat, things kept getting worse. By Monday morning, there were 11 members. I didn't recognize all of them. A couple were kids from other grades. One girl I barely knew. Samantha had moved away 2 years ago, but she was back, or at least her name was. Her icon was different, not a silhouette, just the letter S in a pink circle. I didn't want to ask questions in the chat. Every time someone spoke up too much, they got punished or disappeared. So I texted Lily again privately. Me, who's Samantha? Lily, she used to be in my art class. Me, she's in the chat now. Lily, yeah, I saw. Lily, do you think they're adding people who left, who failed? I didn't answer right away. My hands were cold. Later that day, in the library, I overheard a junior whispering to another kid about a rumor. Something about a list. Names being pulled from school servers. I leaned in without meaning to, pretending to browse books. They didn't notice me. They said it's all from the app. What app? I don't know. Some AI thing a student built a few years ago. Got shut down after he got expelled. I stopped breathing. My phone buzzed. One new message. Today's task, 12 hours. Tasha. I tapped it open with shaky fingers. Send us your math teacher's house key, or we send your parents the folder. There was no explanation of what folder, no link, but I knew what they meant. Something old. Something I thought I'd buried last year, a series of chats I'd had on a private school laptop. I'd gotten close with someone online, thought I was being smart about hiding it, but the chat had gone weird, inappropriate. I shut it down, deleted everything. Apparently, not everything. I didn't know how they even had it. I stared at the screen, my mind racing. Mr. Vance, our math teacher, lived near the school. He kept a ring of spare keys in his desk drawer. I'd seen him open it. There was one labeled, Back Gate Vive. Stealing it would be easy, too easy. I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to be part of this. But the group chat had a way of making you forget about what you wanted. I waited until 6th period, then faked needing the bathroom. I slipped into the math room, unlocked with a key I'd borrowed earlier that week for tutoring. The drawer was right where I remembered. The key was still there. I took it, snapped a picture, put it back, sent the photo to the chat. For a while, nothing happened. Then a single thumbs up emoji. I felt like I could breathe again, but only for a minute. That night, a new member was added. User 12, Vance. No profile picture, just the name. The entire chat froze. No one typed, not even the usual users who sometimes sent cryptic emojis or GIFs. We all watched. Then the messages started. Vance, why do you know where I live? Vance, who told you to come here? Vance, it's in the trees. I saw it. Someone replied. I think it was one of the newer members, maybe Evan from theater. Even dude what? Vance, don't follow the lights. Then silence. The icon disappeared. Vance removed. I threw my phone across the room. It hit my comforter and bounced harmlessly to the floor. I curled up and tried to convince myself none of this was real, that it was an elaborate prank, that the messages were just scripts and I was part of some ARG or school-wide experiment. But I couldn't lie to myself anymore. They knew too much. The next morning, I found Lily outside the band room. She looked awful, pale, shaky, eyes rimmed with red. They made me follow someone home, she said. What? She didn't even blink. Some freshman. I had to record him walking, prove I was behind him the whole time. I sent it, and they didn't even reply. That's it? She nodded. But when I got home, someone had been in my room. My window was cracked. My laptop was open. She rubbed her arms like she couldn't get warm. We have to do something, I said. Talk to a teacher, the police. They won't believe us. They will if we show them the chat. No, Tasha, don't you get it? Her voice dropped. This isn't a chat. It's a system. It deletes itself. The messages disappear the second someone screenshots. The app changes its name every day. You can't even Google it. I stared at her. How do you know all this? She hesitated, then whispered, because I tried. I didn't know what to say. Every time I thought we were close to understanding, the ground shifted again. That night, something new happened. A message popped up, not in the chat on my lock screen. Not a number. Just one word, outside. I ran to the window. At first, nothing. Then movement. A figure stood across the street, half hidden behind a street light. Not moving, just standing, holding a phone. I turned away from the window and texted the only person I could think of. Me, Jordan, are you still here? I wasn't expecting a reply, but I got one. Jordan, barely. Jordan, don't trust the users with real names. Jordan, they're not like us. Jordan, some of them are part of it now. My hands were shaking. Me, part of what? Jordan, the dev's watching. Jordan, he calls it punishment logic. Jordan, he thinks this is justice. Jordan, he's building something bigger. Jordan, and we're all test cases. Then his name went gray. Jordan left the chat. But I knew he didn't. He just became the next lesson. I didn't go to school the next day. I told my mom I had a stomach bug, which wasn't even a full lie. My whole body felt off. Not sick exactly, but wrong, like something inside me had been stretched too thin. I kept looking at my phone even though I didn't want to. Every time the screen lit up, my chest tightened. The quiet room hadn't sent anything new overnight. But that wasn't a good sign. It meant they were waiting. Watching. I scrolled through my texts again, searching for Jordan's last messages, like maybe I'd missed something. I hadn't. He said not to trust the users with real names, that the developer was still out there, still in the system, watching us all like we were experiments. I opened the group chat, heart thudding. 12 members, still. But something was different. User 9, who'd always been just a blank icon and number, now had a name. B. I didn't know a B, not at school, not online, and the second I clicked on her icon, my whole phone glitched. The screen flickered, then went black for 2 seconds before rebooting itself. It didn't even give me time to process it. I tossed the phone onto my bed and stepped back like it might explode. Then I heard the chime. Not a notification ping. The chime from our front door camera. I ran downstairs. My mom was vacuuming in the den and didn't notice when I checked the front door. No one was there, but the camera app on her iPad was open, and I tapped it. There was a package on the porch. Just a small cardboard box, no address, no postage. I opened the door, grabbed it, and brought it inside like an idiot. The tape was already slit, like whoever dropped it off wanted me to open it right then. Inside was a thumb drive, and a note, written in shaky block letters. You've been promoted. I dropped it. I didn't even touch the drive. I just stared at it sitting on the floor next to my socked feet, wondering if plugging it in would be the thing that broke me. I left it in the kitchen drawer and went back upstairs. When I checked the group chat again, there were new messages. B, good job, Tasha. You've moved up. B, you're the reason Jordan got caught. I felt like I was going to be sick. Me, I didn't do anything. B, you spoke to him. B, that's enough. B, he failed his final test. B, you passed yours. Then, new task. Go to the school's AV room. Find the locker with your name on it. Open it. Don't take too long. I had never even been in the AV room. I stared at the screen for a long time. Me, I'm not doing it. A few minutes passed. Then they sent a photo. It was my mom. In the grocery store. Today. Same sweater she was wearing when I left the kitchen. Taken from maybe 20 feet away, just behind a stack of cereal boxes. Then a second photo, her car, parked in the lot. Then one word. Decide. I decided. I got dressed, put my phone in my pocket and walked to school. I told myself I wasn't going to do anything. I was just going to see if it was real, if there was a locker with my name. That's all. The side door was unlocked. Someone had taped the latch open. I stepped inside and moved fast, head down, hoodie up. The AV room was at the end of the east hallway, next to the drama department. It always smelled like old wires and burnt popcorn. I opened the door slowly, empty. Just rows of shelves and equipment lockers. And right in the middle, one locker with a neon green post-it stuck to it. My name. I hesitated, then opened it. Inside was an envelope. Nothing else. I grabbed it and left as fast as I could. I didn't open the envelope until I was back in my room. Inside were 3 things. A Polaroid of Lily, taken at night. She was walking down our street, hoodie on, looking behind her like she'd heard something. A USB stick labeled Confessions in red marker. And a second note. You have 24 hours to give her the drive, or she disappears. I stared at it for a long time. Lily hadn't told me everything, that was clear now. And whatever was on this drive, they wanted her to see it, but through me. They wanted to use me to destroy her. That night, I didn't sleep. Instead, I opened my laptop and plugged the drive in. It had one folder, recordings. Inside, 6 video files, all different dates, all labeled with Lily's initials. I clicked the first. It was from a classroom, grainy security cam footage. Lily and another girl I didn't recognize, standing by the back window, talking. They didn't know they were being recorded. The audio was fuzzy, but you could make out parts of it. The girl was crying. Lily wasn't. I watched all 6. By the time I finished, I knew what they wanted me to do, what they thought I would do. But I wasn't going to give her the drive. Not yet. Instead, I called her. No answer. I texted, "Can we talk? It's important. Not chat, related. Just you and me, please." 10 minutes later, she responded. Lily, backstairs at the rec center, 8 p.m., no one else. I got there early, waited behind the dumpsters, heart hammering. When she finally showed, her hoodie was up and her eyes looked tired. "I know they sent you something," she said before I even opened my mouth. I nodded. "You too?" "Yeah," she said, rubbing her arm. "They want to tear us apart. That's how they win. Make us fight. Make us distrust everyone." I pulled the drive from my pocket. "They want me to give you this." She stared at it, then shook her head. "Burn it." "What?" "Whatever's on there, it's not real. Or it is, but it's twisted, old, out of context. They're using our worst days to control us." She reached into her pocket and pulled out a matchbook. "I brought these, just in case." We walked down to the edge of the lake behind the rec center. There was a fire pit there, unused and rusted. We lit the match, dropped the drive in, watched it melt and curl like it was alive. For the first time in days, I felt something lift. But when I got home, a message was waiting. No words, just a new group name. The final room, 5 members. And underneath it, a countdown timer. 12 hours. The last test had begun. The countdown haunted me. 12 hours ticking down in red numbers that stayed on my screen even when I closed the app. I restarted my phone. Hard reset. Nothing worked. It just kept ticking, mocking me, daring me to pretend it wasn't real. The final room. 5 members. There were fewer people now, only 5 of us. Everyone else had either vanished or been kicked out or worse. I didn't know what happened to Jordan. I didn't know if B was real. I barely knew who I was anymore. Lily was still in, but she hadn't answered any of my texts since the night we burned the drive. I didn't blame her. Part of me thought she was protecting me by going dark. The other part thought maybe they had gotten to her. I didn't sleep. Couldn't. I lay on my bed staring at the glowing red timer, counting down second by second. At 3:29 a.m., another message arrived. Task: pick one, save them. The others will disappear. Then a screen opened up. 4 names. Lily. Carlos. A kid from debate I barely knew. Amanda, one of the girls who joined the chat last week. She hadn't said a word since. And me. Below it, choose. If you don't, we will. I stared at it. Felt like vomiting. Me, what does that mean? No answer. I looked again at the names. My thumb hovered over them. Lily had risked everything to meet me, to destroy the drive. She had burned evidence they probably would have used against her for months. She could have saved herself, but she didn't. Carlos, I didn't know him well, but he was smart, quiet, probably scared out of his mind. Amanda, I had no idea, but that's what made it worse. How do you choose between a friend, a stranger, and yourself? The app pinged again. 5 minutes left. Choose, or everyone loses. I wanted to scream, to throw the phone across the room and never pick it up again, but I couldn't. I couldn't risk losing all of them. So I picked Lily. I pressed her name, watched the screen flicker, and then Lily, saved. Carlos, removed. Amanda, removed. Tasha, safe for now. My vision blurred. I dropped the phone onto my blanket and covered my face. I didn't cry. I just shut down. 20 minutes later, Lily texted. Lily, something's wrong. I just got an address. Did you get one? I didn't. Me, what address? Lily, some warehouse near the old mill. They said, final gathering. Me, do not go. Lily, I think it's over, Tasha. I think this is it. They said the dev will be there. The dev. The person who built this nightmare. The one watching us through screens, phones, cameras, files. The one who knew what we were afraid of and used it like a knife. No, it's a trap. Lily, probably, but I'm done hiding. Me, you can't go alone. No response. I threw on a hoodie and sneakers, grabbed my keys, and left without even telling my mom. My hands shook the whole drive. The warehouse was only 15 minutes away, but it felt like hours. I passed the old steel mill, the kind of place that looked haunted even in broad daylight, let alone now under a sky smeared with clouds. The warehouse was behind a chain-link fence with a for sale sign on the gate. The lock was already open. My stomach dropped. Inside, it was dead quiet. I stepped in through the side entrance. The place smelled like dust and oil. My flashlight cut through the dark, slicing past rusted shelves and stacked crates. Then I saw her. Lily, standing near the center of the floor. She turned when she heard me, her eyes wide. "You followed me?" "Of course I did," I said. "What were you thinking?" "I just needed to see it," she said. "I needed to see if they were real." I looked around. "Are they?" She nodded. Then a voice came through the speaker system, warped and low. "Welcome, finalists." The lights flickered on. There were cameras everywhere, mounted on walls, taped to beams, at least a dozen lenses aimed directly at us. And then we saw him. Not in person, on a screen at the far end of the warehouse. A teenager, maybe 17, sitting in a chair, hoodie up, fingers steepled. "I know you," Lily whispered. It hit me too. He wasn't just the dev. He used to go to our school 2 years ago, expelled after an incident. Rumors said he'd tried to set the media lab on fire. Others said he'd been bullied so badly he'd stopped speaking. Nobody really knew. But here he was. "You made us do this?" I shouted. He tilted his head. "No, you made yourselves. I just provided the rules." "What do you want from us?" "I want you to feel what I felt every day when people laughed at me, pretended I didn't exist, when they leaked my photos, stole my messages, played my voice on the intercom." "This isn't justice," Lily said. "It's torture." "No," he said calmly. "It's balance." The screens began to flicker. Images of us. Photos, videos, chats, audio files. All the things he had collected. All the secrets. All the pain. "This is your last chance," he said. "One of you walks away with a clean record. The other takes the fall for everything. You choose." Lily and I looked at each other. And I knew, without saying anything, what we had to do. We turned back to the screen. "I choose me," I said. "I choose me," Lily echoed. Silence. The dev blinked. "You don't get to cheat the game," he growled. But we didn't answer. We turned our backs and walked out of the warehouse. The cameras followed us all the way to the exit. And when we stepped into the cold night air, our phones buzzed one last time. The quiet room has ended. Just like that. Gone. No messages, no threats, no members. Just an empty app. We drove home in silence. No sirens, no mysterious cars, just the long road back. We didn't speak about it. Not right away. But when we finally did, it wasn't about revenge or fear or guilt. It was about surviving. And how, somehow, we had. You'd think once the group chat disappeared, we'd feel relief. That's what we thought too. The ride home from the warehouse that night was dead quiet. Lily and I didn't talk, didn't even look at each other. It was one of those silences that felt heavier than shouting. Not tense, exactly just exhausted. Our brains were full of what-ifs, and we were both too scared to say any of them out loud. But relief never really came. Not fully. Not the next day or the day after, and definitely not when the school week started and people started whispering. Jordan never came back. Neither did Amanda. Carlos was apparently still enrolled, but no one had seen him since midweek. That kind of thing doesn't just go unnoticed in a small school. People ask questions. Teachers chalk it up to illness, family emergencies, personal leave. But we knew the truth, or some version of it. And still, we didn't say a word. We'd made a pact that night, Lily and I. No cops, no teachers, no one. Not until we understood what really happened. Not until we could prove it without sounding completely insane. But that didn't mean the fear disappeared. I kept expecting it all to come back. The messages, the tasks, the blinking red timer. Even with the app gone, I still checked my phone obsessively, half expecting it to light up at 3:14 a.m. like always. But it never did. Instead, it was little things that started happening. Paranoia doesn't hit you all at once. It creeps in through the cracks. Like the time I walked past the library and swore I saw Bee's face reflected in the glass. She looked straight at me through the window, but when I turned around, no one was there. Or how my laptop started overheating at night, not just warm, scorching. Once I opened it and found all the tabs I'd closed had been reopened. And not just websites, I'm talking personal files. Old notes, deleted drafts, one file I hadn't touched since freshman year. It had been edited. There was one sentence at the bottom. Don't forget who built the room. I took a photo of it. But the next morning, it was gone. The file name had vanished from my system. I called Lily. Has anything weird happened with your tech? She paused for a second too long. Yeah, my Alexa keeps turning on in the middle of the night, just static, like it's trying to play something but can't connect. You think it's him? I think he never left. We both went quiet. After a few seconds, she added, You saw those other screens at the warehouse, right? What do you mean? On the wall behind the one with his face, there were more, blinking, cycling, like other chats, other quiet rooms. The bottom dropped out of my stomach. He wasn't just watching us, she said. He was watching everyone. I didn't want to believe it. I wanted to pretend we'd escaped, that we'd beaten the system and made it out. But deep down, I knew Lily was right. The quiet room wasn't some isolated horror story. It was a prototype. A test run. And we'd passed. Or maybe failed. Hard to say. That week, we started digging, quietly, at the school library, at the public one even. We wanted to know more about the kid who built the app, Travis Langford, expelled 2 years ago. Accused of hacking into the school's grading system, though that was never confirmed. He'd been reported for disturbing behavior by 3 different students and 1 teacher. But no charges ever stuck. Just expulsion, silence, disappearance. He wasn't even on social media, like he'd vanished. The only thing we found was a cached version of an old website, a blog maybe, or a personal project page. Most of the links were dead, but one still worked. A manifesto, 6 paragraphs long. The page was titled, "The Code is Law." It read like the diary of someone who had been ignored for too long, someone who wanted control, not revenge exactly, but something colder, clinical. Like he was building a system that would fix what the world had broken in him. One line stood out. People only learn when the walls are quiet and the lights are off. That's when truth gets loud. I wrote it down. Lily just stared at the screen, arms folded across her chest. "What if this wasn't about us?" she said. "What if we were just one node?" One what? One test case, part of a network. That thought didn't sit right, or maybe it sat too well. It explained the timing, the escalation, the silence, the vanishing. Everything. A week later, we got a message. Not through the app. Through email. No sender, no subject line, no attachments. Just a single line of text. "You left the door open." I shut my laptop. Lily called 10 minutes later. She got the same message. We agreed to meet up that night. Same place, rec center stairs. This time, we weren't alone. Another girl was there. A junior named Priya. We'd seen her around school, never spoken. She held up her phone when she saw us. "I got it too," she said. Lily looked at me. And I knew. This was starting again. Not from scratch. From somewhere deeper. Someone or something was still inside. Still watching. Still running tests. I went home that night with a pit in my stomach. I turned off my phone, disconnected my laptop, pulled the plug on everything I could. But around 2 a.m., the power went out. I sat up in bed, heart pounding. My room was pitch black, too quiet. Then I heard it. The softest ping. Not from my phone. From something under my bed. I reached down slowly. My fingers brushed cold plastic. A burner phone. Not mine. It lit up in my hand. No apps, no icons, just one open message. "Final round begins soon." I dropped it like it burned me. But I already knew. This wasn't over. It had never really ended. The morning after the burner phone showed up, I sat on my front porch with it in my hands, debating whether to smash it or power it off or throw it into traffic. I didn't do any of that. I just stared at it, at the message still glowing on the screen. "Final round begins soon." I wasn't scared the way I had been weeks ago. I was tired. Not just the no-sleep kind of tired, but the deeper kind. The kind that sinks into your chest and makes every little decision feel heavier than it should. I called Lily. She answered after one ring. No hello, no pretense. "You got the phone too, didn't you?" I asked. "Yeah," she said. "Same message?" "Yep." Silence. Then, "I think we need to finish it. For real this time." I didn't ask what finish meant. We were on the same page. We'd been on the same page since the warehouse, maybe before. That afternoon we met up with Priya again, the junior who had also gotten the message. We gathered at the library, a weird kind of war room vibe, except instead of planning attacks, We were just trying to figure out where this thing lived. Not the phone, not the group chat, the system, the person behind it, because someone had to be running this. We pulled every bit of research we had on Travis Langford. Old blog posts, forum accounts, interviews with former students. He had disappeared off-grid, but we found references to a prototype he'd worked on during his time in the AV club, something called Mirror Room. Not a chat app, not just a surveillance system. It was described as an empathy simulator, a way to help people feel the way others felt through controlled fear and personalized digital immersion. It wasn't about revenge. It was about making people understand. What if this was never about us failing, Priya asked. What if the end game was us figuring it out? Then why the threats, I said. Why the blackmail, the stalking, the people who disappeared? I think some of them were real, Lily said, and some were just signals, ways to force a reaction. But this, she pointed at the research, this feels like a final exam. And what happens if we fail? I asked. No one answered. That night we decided to trace the burner phone. Not just its origin, its signal. Priya knew someone, a coding kid a year above us, named Raphael, who had done security projects for local businesses. He was cautious, but agreed to help when he saw the phone and the message. Where did you get this? He asked. We just said, we need to find who sent it. He plugged the phone into his laptop, ran some tracing tools, and within minutes, his face changed. This isn't just routed through VPNs, he said. It's pinging off local school servers. The IP addresses are tied to your district's internal cloud. What does that mean? I asked. He turned the laptop toward us. It means whoever's running this isn't some guy in a basement across the country. It's someone here, close, with access. Then he pulled up a list of ping logs, and one location stood out. Westfield High School, Server Room B. Our school. The countdown wasn't about a threat. It was an invitation. At 11:47 p.m., Lily and I met behind the school. Raphael had given us a key card. His uncle worked in facilities and kept backups in case of outages. We slipped inside unnoticed, through the back hall behind the science labs. The server room wasn't locked. I expected glowing screens, buzzing wires, something out of a hacker movie. But it was quiet, just a couple of racks with blinking lights, the low hum of cooling fans, and in the center of the room a chair. Facing a small screen, an open laptop sat there, logged in. The burner phone already connected. One single text box blinked at the center of the screen. You're here. We didn't type anything. A new message appeared. You passed. You chose empathy. Then another. Do you want to see the truth? Lily looked at me. I nodded. She typed, yes. The screen shifted. A video began to play. It was footage of the old AV room, years old, grainy, time-stamped. A boy sat in the corner, hoodie up, head down, ignored by everyone around him. A group of kids our age, maybe a little younger, gathered at the front of the room, laughing, whispering. One of them pulled out a phone, snapped a picture of the boy, and held it up to show the others. He didn't react, He didn't even look up. Then the video cut to him at home, a hidden camera, logs of messages, screenshots of chats mocking ones from the same students, texts calling him a freak, a loser, telling him to kill himself. More footage, newspaper clippings, teen expelled after security breach, local student drops out after cyberbullying scandal. Then the screen faded to black, and a single sentence appeared. Fear was the only language anyone ever listened to. I felt sick. All of it, the app, the dares, the punishments, it was never about sadism. It was about building a mirror, showing people what it was like to be controlled, watched, pushed, trapped. Lily stepped forward and typed, "You made us hurt people." Another pause. Then, "You stopped before it went too far. Others didn't." I didn't know if that made us the good guys, or just lucky. The final message blinked onto the screen. This was never about justice. It was about balance. You helped tip the scale. Then the screen went black. The laptop shut down. The lights in the server room flickered off. It's been 3 weeks since that night. No new messages. No strange apps. No burner phones. No dares. We still talk about it, Lily, Priya, me. Not with anyone else. Not even Raphael. He wiped the traces for us, said we should be glad it's over. Sometimes I wonder if it really is. We'll probably never know who all was behind it, whether Travis was acting alone or if someone else took over. Whether it really ended when we walked out of that server room, or if the code lives on somewhere, waiting for another group, another test. But here's what I do know. Empathy isn't something you teach with a worksheet. Sometimes it has to be lived. Sometimes it takes seeing yourself through someone else's worst moments to understand the cost of silence, of cruelty, of looking away. We didn't break the system, but we made it stop. And for now, that's enough. This is going to sound ridiculous, but I need to write it down. I haven't told anyone yet, not really, not properly. A few comments here and there, but nothing specific. I think part of me was hoping it would just stop on its own, but it hasn't. And now I'm at the point where I'm more scared of staying quiet than I am of someone calling me mad. So yeah, here it is. Every morning for the past 2 weeks, I've been waking up to handprints on the inside of my bedroom window. Not the outside, the inside. At first I didn't think much of it. I figured it was just condensation. You know how it is, weather gets cold, air inside gets warm, glass fogs up. Maybe I touched it without thinking. Maybe I rolled over in my sleep and left a smear. It happens, especially in old flats like mine where the insulation's not great and the windows sweat a bit overnight. So the first time I noticed it, I wiped it clean with my sleeve and forgot about it. Then it happened again, and again. Always the same thing, faint handprints, greasy looking, not wet, not sticky, just smudges that picked up the light in a way you wouldn't notice unless you were looking right at them. Sometimes it was just one hand, sometimes two, but always low on the glass, like someone crouching, and always facing in. That's what started to get to me. They weren't pressed from the inside out. They were facing me, like someone had been looking in. That would be one thing if it were on the outside. Maybe a drunk kid passing by, a curious neighbor's kid, something normal. But these weren't outside. They were behind the glass, where only I should be. I tested it more than once, cleaned the window completely, watched the condensation build, waited to see if anything appeared on its own. Nothing. Clean, normal. Then I'd wake up the next morning and there they were again. Same prints, same shape, same position. I tried not to spiral. I told myself maybe I was doing it in my sleep. Maybe I was pacing, reaching for the glass, trying to check outside without remembering. That theory held up for a while until I noticed something else. The handprints were too small. Not child size, but smaller than mine. The fingers were narrower. The palms were shorter. I held my own hand up to the marks, and the difference was obvious. So now I was really paying attention. I started sleeping with the blinds half open so I could see the window from the bed. I set alarms to wake me up at different times through the night, just to see when the prints might appear. I cleaned the glass before going to bed, wrote the date in the corner with my finger. It always rubbed off when the new prints showed up. By the end of the first week, I was exhausted. I was barely sleeping, and when I did, it was restless and short. I kept jerking awake, thinking I'd heard something, a knock, a breath, a shuffle, just outside the door. But there was never anything there. The next step seemed obvious. I bought one of those cheap, motion-activated lights, the kind you stick to a window or wall, and it flashes when something moves in front of it. I placed it just outside, facing the window directly. The theory was simple. If anything moved past the glass, the light would trigger. I'd wake up, maybe catch something. The first night I used it, nothing happened. Second night, same thing. No flash, no noise. Just more fingerprints when I opened the blinds in the morning. That was when I stopped feeling like I was imagining it, because I was actively watching now. I was documenting things, taking pictures even. I had timestamps. It wasn't just in my head anymore. The light wasn't catching anything, but something was still getting through. So last night, I stayed awake. No alarms, no half-asleep guessing. I made coffee. I set myself up with a blanket on the end of the bed, faced the window, left the blinds open all the way. It was raining slightly, just that light mist that floats under streetlights. It made the glass look foggy, blurred the edges of everything outside. Nothing happened for hours. I scrolled, I read, I checked the light, still working. I could see the tiny sensor flash when I waved at it. 3 o'clock, then 3:30, then 4. And then at 4:06 I saw it. Not a person, not a shape, just the prints. They started to appear right in front of me. First one hand, then the other. Pale marks, slowly pressing against the inside of the window. Not all at once, it was like they were being laid there finger by finger, like someone was leaning in gently, letting each part of their hand settle softly into the glass. I froze. There was nothing in the room. No movement, no breeze, no reflection I could see. Just the prints forming slowly in the mist. And then, very quietly, right next to me, I heard a whisper. Close enough that I felt the air shift. It said, You see me now. That's when I got up. Not fast. Just moved backward, still watching the window, still not seeing anything but the prints. I didn't turn around. I didn't want to. I slept with the light on after that. Well, I lay down with the light on. I don't think I actually slept. The next morning felt unreal. I stood by the window for what must have been 20 minutes just staring at the marks. I had watched them appear. I knew no one had touched the glass. I had not moved from the bed. I had seen them form, slowly, in real time. But now, in daylight, it was like the moment had never happened. They were faint, fainter than usual maybe. Still that greasy sort of smudge, like someone had been pressing the flat of their hand into the fogged glass and dragging downward. One hand slightly lower than the other, not smeared, just placed, deliberate. And the whisper, that voice, I hadn't dreamed it. I hadn't fallen asleep, not even for a second. I remembered exactly how it had sounded. Close, too close. Not loud, but not distant either. It was like the words had slid right up next to my ear before disappearing into the room behind me. You see me now. I didn't know what to do with that. I did what I always do when I don't know how to feel. I cleaned, took out the glass cleaner, wiped every inch of the window until there wasn't a single trace left, washed the cloth afterward, dried the sill, checked the frame. Nothing unusual, no cracks, no drafts, just clean glass and that deep, nagging sense that something was going to come back. By noon I was convincing myself I had hallucinated it. Lack of sleep, maybe. The kind of thing your brain does when you're overtired and jittery. Except that didn't explain the prints. I hadn't touched the window. I had been watching it the entire time. My hands had stayed in my lap. I kept the blinds shut for most of the day. I didn't want to look out. I didn't want to risk seeing something looking in. I also didn't want my neighbors to see me staring at nothing. Eventually, I went out to the shop just to get some air. Brought back coffee, milk, snacks I didn't need, anything to feel normal again. Being outside helped for a little bit. I almost forgot how tightly wound I had been. The street looked like any other day. People coming and going, rain clinging to rooftops, a faint smell of petrol in the air. Familiar, unremarkable. That night, I didn't stay up. I told myself I would, but around midnight I started to feel heavy, like the lack of sleep was finally catching up. I still left the blinds open, though, still set my phone to record. I didn't want to wake up again with no clue what had happened. I dreamed something strange. Not a nightmare exactly, just a repeating image. Hands, dozens of them, pressing gently against the glass, not pounding or scratching, just touching, the way someone might push against a surface to test if it would move. And in the background, fog, thick and yellow-gray, the kind that makes everything feel distant even when it's close. I woke up at 6. Sun was already up, light stretching through the blinds. I sat up slowly and looked at the window. New prints, same size, same shape. Except this time, there were more of them. 3 on one side, 2 on the other, staggered slightly, like someone had pressed their hands against the glass and then shifted positions. The marks were clearer too, more defined. I could almost see the outline of the fingers, the slight bend where the palm met the wrist. I checked the video on my phone. It had recorded the entire night. No gaps, no power cuts, and nothing happened on it. No movement, no prints forming. Just me lying there, tossing and turning a few times, the window behind me staying still. I watched it twice. Still nothing. But the prints were there in the morning. I started to wonder if whatever this was, if it even was something could tell when it was being watched. The idea made my stomach turn. I didn't know how else to explain it. When I had been watching directly, the prints appeared in front of me, but when I tried to record them, nothing happened. The motion sensor outside still hadn't triggered either. It was working. I tested it every night. I even changed the batteries just to be sure. But it never flashed once. No birds, no wind, no movement. And yet the prints kept showing up. That day I didn't go out. I stayed in, curtains drawn, pacing from room to room. I tried to distract myself, music, phone calls, cleaning again. Nothing helped. I kept thinking about the prints. That whisper, the slow, dragging motion I'd seen the night before. I even tried calling a friend, but I couldn't bring myself to say the words out loud. I danced around it, mentioned not sleeping well, made a joke about the weather being creepy. She laughed. Said I needed rest, said I was probably just run down. Maybe she was right. But that night, something else happened. Around 2:30, I was half asleep when I heard a click. It came from the hallway. I sat up straight in bed, heart racing, trying to pinpoint the sound. Then I heard the second click. The lock on the front door, not the deadbolt, the latch. I got up, slowly, careful not to make noise. I didn't turn the lights on. I just stood in the bedroom doorway and listened. I swear I could hear breathing. Not heavy, just slow, controlled. I stayed frozen in place for what felt like hours. Eventually the sound stopped. I checked the door. Still locked. But the window, the prints were already there. I didn't move for a long time. After I saw the prints that night, fresh ones, clearer than ever, even with the room still dim, I just stood there in the doorway staring at them. I hadn't turned on the light yet. I didn't want to. Somehow it felt like doing that would make it worse, like it would acknowledge something I wasn't ready to face. There was no question this time. I hadn't been dreaming. I hadn't imagined anything. The lock had clicked, twice, the way it always does when someone comes in or out, but no one had. I checked the door over and over, still locked, still bolted. I even pulled it open just to be sure, like maybe something had slipped out before I got up. But the hallway was silent. Still, the way it gets around 3 in the morning, when the world feels thinner and quieter than it should. I went back to the window. The prints weren't where they had been before. They had shifted slightly, as if whoever was doing this had been moving while they touched the glass. Like they had leaned in, then stepped slightly to the left. Then right. One set of fingers had smudged across the glass in a curved line, as if tracing something. I didn't clean them right away. I stood in front of the window and tried to line up my own hand to the marks. Not even close. The size was different again. Too thin, too narrow. The fingers almost graceful in shape, like they belonged to someone smaller. maybe younger, but definitely not me. I turned the lights on, every one of them, left them burning all night. I sat in the kitchen until sunrise, staring at the back door, which I now realized I hadn't even checked. But it was locked, too. I checked all the windows again, every latch, everything was shut. It was like whatever this was didn't care about doors, or locks, or whether I was awake or not. The next day, I called in sick. I couldn't focus, couldn't hold a thought long enough to type an email. I kept looking at the window. I tried not to, but I did. Every time I walked past, I checked to see if the prints had returned, even though it was still daylight. They hadn't. But the feeling had. That pressure in the air, that sense of someone standing just behind you when you're not looking. It stuck around like humidity, like a smell you can't place. That night, I didn't want to sleep in the bedroom. So I moved to the couch. I pulled the curtains in the living room halfway closed, enough to see out but still feel like I had some cover. I left the kitchen light on. I brought the flashlight with me and placed it on the coffee table next to my phone. And I waited. I wasn't trying to catch anything this time. I wasn't trying to be clever. I just didn't want to be taken by surprise. That was the worst part, how passive it made me feel. Like I was a background character in my own flat, just watching strange things happen around me with no say in any of it. I must have nodded off at some point, because I woke up to the sound of breathing. Not loud, not aggressive, but there. It was so close that at first I thought it was mine, that maybe I had been dreaming about it and carried the sound into waking, but I held my breath and the sound kept going. Slow, rhythmic, measured. It was coming from the other side of the room. Not near the window this time. Near the hallway. I sat up, heartbeat pounding behind my eyes. The living room was still lit by the kitchen glow, just enough to cast long shadows across the carpet. I grabbed the flashlight and turned it on, swept the beam across the wall, toward the door. No one. But the breathing stopped the second I moved, like it had never been there. I didn't sleep again. That morning, there were no new prints on the bedroom window, but there was one on the hallway mirror, high up, near the top right corner, almost too high for me to reach without stretching. It was just a single palm, flat and smeared slightly downward, like someone had placed their hand there and slowly slid it. I tried to recreate it. My hand didn't match the angle, and it wasn't foggy in the hallway. There was no condensation, no heat difference, just the print, sitting there like a question. That was the day I started to consider something I hadn't before. What if this wasn't a ghost? I had been operating under the assumption that this was a haunting, a presence, something invisible but intelligent, trying to be seen. But now I wasn't so sure, because it felt closer than that. It felt like someone, not something. I started researching. Not supernatural stuff, not at first. I looked into break-ins, stalkers, anything that might explain what I was experiencing. I looked up cases where people had found out they were being watched without knowing it. I found a few, mostly horror stories on forums, probably made up, but a few stuck out. Stories where people found footprints in the attic dust, where food went missing from the fridge, where people realized too late that someone had been living nearby under the house or inside the walls. I didn't have an attic. I didn't have a basement either, but I started checking all the places I hadn't before. Behind the boiler, inside the old laundry cupboard, I pulled out drawers and opened the back panel under the sink. Nothing. Everything was clean, dusty, still, and yet the feeling hadn't gone. That night, I stood in the hallway for an hour. Lights off. Just waiting. And I swear at one point, I felt someone standing behind me. Not close, just outside reach. I didn't turn around. I just walked to the kitchen and stayed there until morning. I started keeping the television on at night, just low-volume background noise, usually some old nature documentary or a rerun of a show I did not have to follow too closely, anything with voices. Silence had started to make me nervous in a way it never had before. I used to like the quiet. Now it felt like it was waiting for something, or someone. The mirror stayed untouched for 2 days. No new prints. Nothing else moved or out of place. I actually started to think maybe whatever this was had passed through and left. I almost let myself believe it. But then the 5th night came. I had not been in the bedroom since the first whisper. I was still sleeping on the couch, if you could even call it that. It was more like short bursts of half-sleep, eyes closed but ears still on full alert. That night, I heard something new. It started just after 3. A sound like cloth dragging across the floor. Not loud, but steady. Not scratching, just a soft shift. I sat up instantly, heart already pounding, and listened. It came again, this time from the kitchen. I stood and waited. My flashlight was still on the table. I picked it up and moved slowly across the room, bare feet trying not to creak the floorboards too much. I was halfway to the doorway when it stopped. No movement, no sound. I flicked the light on. The kitchen was empty, but one of the cabinet doors was open. Only slightly. It was the one under the sink, the one I had checked a few days ago, when I started thinking maybe someone had been hiding. I walked over, pulled it open fully, crouched down, and aimed the flashlight inside. Nothing. Same cleaning bottles, same folded cloths, same dust in the corners. But the door had definitely been closed earlier. I closed it again, slowly, firmly, listened, waited. The air felt thick, like it does before a thunderstorm. I couldn't hear anything, but I could feel something, like the moment right before someone speaks your name. I left the light on that night. In every room. The next morning, the mirror had another print. Not high up this time. This one was right in the middle. A set of fingers, pressed harder than before, so clear I could see the individual ridges where they curved. I almost called someone then. Almost. But what would I say? That a ghost was touching my glass? That someone invisible had been wandering around my flat, leaving oily fingerprints? I stood in front of the mirror for a long time. Then I did something I still don't really understand. I pressed my own hand into the print. Palm flat, fingers aligned as best I could. It was cold. Not the glass, the air. Just for a second. like the temperature around my skin dropped the moment I touched it. Then it was gone. I pulled my hand away, and the print, the other one, had started to fade. I didn't even wipe it. It just faded on its own, like it had never been there. I spent the rest of the day trying to shake that feeling of touching something, not a surface, something else, like pressing your hand into the air and finding a pulse there. That night, I blocked the mirror with a blanket, pinned it up across the wall with tape, made sure the fabric was thick enough that I could not see anything behind it. Then I did the same with the bedroom window. I had already been avoiding it, but now I just wanted it gone from sight. I even unplugged the television. I could not listen to voices anymore. I wanted silence now, but not the natural kind. I wanted the kind that lets you hear what's really moving around. It was after midnight when I heard the whisper again. This time it came from behind the blanket. Same tone, same pitch, but a different sentence. It said, "I know you see me." Not loud, not angry, just said, as if we were already in the middle of a conversation. I sat perfectly still. Then it said it again. "I know you see me." And the blanket moved. Only a little. Just enough to shift at the bottom corner, like someone had breathed against it from the other side. I didn't look. I couldn't. I picked up the flashlight, pointed it at the blanket, and just kept it there. The fabric stilled. No more sound. No more whisper. But I left the light on it all night. By morning, the blanket hadn't moved again. I pulled it down slowly, half expecting to find new prints, or worse, nothing at all. But there was nothing. Just the mirror. Clear. Clean. Too clean. That was the first time I felt it, that whatever was happening wasn't just about fear. It was about being noticed. About attention. It wanted to be seen. Not in full. Not directly. But known. Acknowledged. I think blocking the mirror made it angry. And I think it spoke again just to remind me it was still here. Still watching. Still reaching. So now I am stuck in this place where I am afraid of seeing it, and more afraid of what might happen if I stop looking. I don't know which is worse. After the blanket shifted, I stopped sleeping. I don't just mean I stayed up late or had trouble drifting off. I mean I stopped even trying. Something in me just clicked over into this state of constant alert, like my body had decided sleep wasn't worth the risk anymore. I stopped turning off the lights at night. I started sitting upright in the chair by the kitchen table, sometimes for 5 or 6 hours, just staring down the hallway. I don't even remember feeling tired anymore, just wired. My thoughts would wander in circles, never really landing anywhere useful. I'd think about the prints, the whispers. That single sentence I kept hearing over and over again, "I know you see me." I kept asking myself what that meant, not just the words, but the fact that it had said them, that it wanted me to hear them, that it wanted me to know that it knew I had been watching. It didn't feel random. It felt like part of something bigger that I couldn't see. For 2 nights after that, nothing new happened. I thought maybe I had gone far enough, that covering the mirror and not speaking out loud anymore had stopped whatever it was from getting stronger. That maybe the thing in the flat or near the flat had decided I was no longer giving it what it wanted. But on the third night, the window in the kitchen fogged up. I didn't see it happen, but I noticed it around 3 in the morning when I walked past to refill my glass. It was strange because the temperature in the flat hadn't changed, and none of the other windows had fogged. Just that one. I stepped closer, and that was when I saw it. The print was already there. A hand again, but this time the fingers were spread wider, pressed harder, almost like it had slammed its palm into the glass and left it there. There was a small line dragging down from one of the fingers, like it had slid slowly, not all the way down, just enough to make a streak. I stood there for a long time, just staring at it. I didn't clean it this time. I wanted to see what would happen if I left it. The next morning, the print was gone. Not faded. Gone. And there was a different one on the opposite side of the same window. That one was smaller, 2 fingers side by side, the rest of the hand not visible. Like someone had stood outside watching and placed only 2 fingers on the glass as if to say, I can still touch this too. The thing that got to me most wasn't the prints themselves. It was how intentional they had become. These weren't random smudges or marks from sleepwalking. They were messages, patterns. They were placed to be noticed. That night, I left my phone recording again. Audio only this time. I left it on the table facing the hallway. I didn't want to film anything. I didn't want to see movement. I just wanted to know if it made noise when I was asleep. I tried to rest for a few hours, curled up on the couch with the hallway light still on, blanket pulled halfway over my face. I didn't really sleep. I just drifted in and out. The next morning, I played the recording. It started with nothing. The usual creaks, the fridge, my own breathing. Then at exactly 3:13, I heard something new. First, the sound of 3 slow taps. They weren't sharp, just dull knocks, like someone pressing gently on wood. Then a whisper. It was not clear, not a word, just a sound, like a breath that almost turned into speech but did not finish. Then silence again. Then the taps returned, this time from closer, louder, but still soft, still careful. And then, finally, one more whisper, this one more distinct. It said, almost ready. That was it. The file ended with nothing else. Just that phrase, said so low, I had to turn the volume up to hear it properly. Almost ready. Ready for what? What was it waiting for? Was it me? Was it something I was supposed to do? I started writing everything down after that, not just in my head, not just for this post. I made a physical notebook with dates, times, what happened, what I heard, what I saw. It helped a little. It made it feel like I had some kind of control, like I could map out the pattern. But I could not find one. The only thing that was clear was this. It was getting closer. Not in distance, not exactly, but in intention. Everything was deliberate now, timed, chosen. The mirror, the windows, the kitchen, the whispers. It was not showing itself, but it wanted to be known. It wanted me to understand that it was here. The next night, I heard footsteps. Light ones, soft enough that I questioned it at first. I turned off the television and waited. They stopped. Then started again. From the hallway. Coming toward the living room. I stood up, heart thudding in my chest. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. They stopped just outside the doorway. I could not see anyone, but I could feel it. That same shift in the air, that same drop in temperature, the kind of pressure that makes your skin tighten and your throat close up. Then I heard the last sound I ever expected. Laughter. A single breath of laughter, not loud, not cruel, just amused. Then nothing. I sat down again and waited for morning. I stayed awake for 2 nights after that. Not in the way I had before, drifting in and out. I mean fully awake. Sitting on the floor with my back against the living room wall, lights on, blanket pulled up to my chin, flashlight in one hand and the other gripping a cold cup of tea that I never drank. Every little sound had weight to it. Every creak, every shift in the air, every faint brush of wind outside the window, all of it felt loaded. But nothing happened. No new prints. No whispers. No breathing. By the 3rd night, my body was giving up. I could feel it in the way my thoughts kept looping, the way my eyes burned even when I blinked, the dull ache in the back of my neck from sitting too still for too long. I knew I couldn't keep going like that. Whatever it was, ghost, hallucination, intruder, something worse, it wanted me to unravel, and it was working. So I did something that might sound strange, but at the time, it felt like the only option I had left. I talked to it. Out loud. It was nearly 4 in the morning. I was alone. The window was clear. The mirror was still covered. Nothing was moving. The flat was dead silent. And I just said, "I see you. I know you're here." And I waited. Nothing. So I kept going. "I don't know what you want, but I don't want this anymore." Still nothing. I started talking to it the way you might talk to something in a dream, not commanding it, not challenging it, just naming it, saying it out loud so it didn't feel so impossible. If you want to be seen, fine. You've been seen. The words felt ridiculous. I was half expecting to laugh, but I didn't, because the air had changed, again. It got heavier. Not colder, just dense, like the pressure dropped in the room. I stood up. My knees ached from being bent so long, but I ignored it. I walked into the bedroom and pulled down the blanket covering the mirror. Nothing. Then I walked to the window and opened the blinds. Still nothing. But when I turned around to head back to the living room, I saw something that stopped me cold. On the wall, just above the skirting board, there was a handprint. It wasn't greasy like the others. It looked burned, like a faint black smudge pressed into the paint itself, the shape of a palm, long fingers, slightly spread apart, not dripping, not fading, just there, as if someone had touched the wall with heat instead of moisture. And beside it, drawn carefully in what looked like the same soot or ash, were 3 words. "You know now." That was it. I didn't sleep that night either. I just sat on the floor and stared at those words until the sun came up. My stomach was in knots. My thoughts kept circling back to what I had said, that I saw it, that I acknowledged it. Was that all it wanted? Was this about being witnessed? I washed the wall the next day. It didn't come off. I tried everything: soap, vinegar, scrubbed it with a rag until the paint started to peel, but that mark stayed. Not fresh, not wet, just part of the wall now. I ended up moving a piece of furniture in front of it, a low cabinet. It covers the print mostly. I still know it is there, but it makes it easier to walk past. That was 2 weeks ago. Since then, nothing. No more handprints. No breathing. No voices. The mirror is still uncovered. The window is open most nights now. I even turned off the motion light outside. It never helped anyway, and I do sleep now. Lightly, but enough. I still wake up early, still check every corner of the room, but nothing new has shown up. It's like it gave up. Or maybe it got what it came for. I've thought about telling someone, a proper conversation, not just hinting or dancing around it like I had before. But I don't think anyone would really understand what it felt like, not unless they had lived through it. And it wasn't loud or violent. It wasn't like the movies. It was quiet, close. Like something curling up next to you in the dark just to see if you notice. And I did notice. That part scares me the most. Not that it was here, but that I knew. Somewhere deep down, I think I always knew it had been building. From the first smudge on the glass, I felt it, that presence, watching, waiting, creeping in from the edges. It never needed to kick down the door. It just waited until I was tired enough to open it myself. And I don't know what it was. A ghost? A trick of the mind? Some weird presence looking for a place to land? I really don't know. But I think about those 3 words a lot. You know now. Not you saw me. Not I am here. Just that. You know now. And the truth is, I do. I know there are things that sit just outside of what we call real. Things that do not show up on video, that leave no trail, that move without footsteps and whisper without mouths. I know something can press its hand into your life without ever showing its face. So I keep living here. I keep the lights off more often now. I let the dark come in, because knowing doesn't always mean understanding. And maybe that is enough. I hired her on a Monday. It wasn't some big decision, I just needed help. My place had gotten out of hand. Work had been busy. I'd been putting off little things that turned into big messes, and the thought of spending my one day off scrubbing baseboards made me feel bone tired. I wasn't looking for anything fancy, just a basic cleaning. I searched online, but most of the bigger services were either booked solid or charged too much. Then I found a smaller listing buried a few pages deep into a local search. The website was simple, bare bones, honestly. White background, light blue text, no frills. Reliable local cleaning, it said. Underneath was a phone number, a short description, and a few blurry photos of freshly vacuumed carpets and sparkling sinks. No reviews. I hesitated, but something about it seemed low-key, not scammy exactly, just outdated, like it had been built in 2008 and never touched again. The price was right, and I didn't feel like scrubbing my bathtub. So I texted the number. A reply came 10 minutes later. Yes, available Thursday morning. Cleaner is vaccinated. Will bring supplies. Cash or Venmo. Let me know the address. I sent the address. They said they'd arrive between 9 and 10. That was it. No confirmation email, no intake form, nothing official. Thursday morning came. I was up early, half scrubbing the bathroom out of guilt when the doorbell rang at 9:05. I opened the door to find a woman standing there in a gray coat, holding a large tote bag. She was older, maybe late 60s, with neatly tied back hair and a face that didn't smile, just sort of acknowledged me. She had no name tag, no shirt with the company logo, just her, quiet, expressionless. "Hi," I said, "you're with the cleaning service?" She nodded once. "Okay, great. Come on in." She stepped inside and looked around briefly. Still no smile, no small talk. She pulled a pair of rubber gloves from her bag and went straight for the kitchen. Everything's pretty self-explanatory," I said, trailing after her. "Kitchen, living room, bathroom, and the bedroom, if you have time. Nothing crazy." She just nodded again and started clearing off my counter. Something about how fast she moved caught me off guard. She wasn't rushing, exactly, but she had this kind of mechanical rhythm, wiping, spraying, stacking, like she'd done it 1,000 times in 1,000 identical houses. I offered her coffee, but she shook her head. I had a Zoom meeting for work, so I took my laptop into the bedroom and shut the door. I could hear her moving through the house, quiet but consistent, like the rhythm of a washing machine in the next room. The call went long, maybe 45 minutes, and by the time I came back out, she was already halfway through the bathroom. She'd finished the kitchen, counters wiped, floor mopped, sink gleaming. It looked great, honestly better than I expected. I thanked her. She didn't really respond, just moved on to the hallway mirror. She finished around 10:50, pulled off her gloves, nodded again, and started packing up. I asked her if she had Venmo. She took out her phone, typed in her handle at Elklens28, and showed it to me. I sent the money, added a 20 tip, and waited for the confirmation. "Do you need me to leave a review anywhere?" I asked. She blinked, then shook her head. "Oh, okay." She gave one more polite nod and walked out without another word. I watched her leave through the front window. She crossed the lawn, got into a silver sedan, older model, no plates on the front, and pulled away slowly. I stood there for a moment, weirdly unsure of what to do with myself. The house was spotless. The cleaner had done a great job. But something about the whole thing felt unfinished. I went to the kitchen to plug in my phone and noticed the charger was on the counter, unplugged, coiled neatly. That was odd. I never unplug it. I shook it off and walked into the bedroom to make the bed, even though I knew she'd already done it. That's when I noticed the top drawer of my dresser was slightly open. Just a crack. It was my underwear drawer. I never leave it open. I pulled it out, checking to see if anything was missing, but nothing jumped out. Everything was still folded, still there, as far as I could tell. But the idea that it had been opened, without my knowing it, stuck. Back in the kitchen, I opened the drawer where I keep my utensils, forks, knives, all lined up in the tray. But one of the knives was gone. Not one of the butter knives, one of the good ones, a small chef's knife I used for cutting fruit. I checked the dishwasher, nothing. Checked the sink, clean, empty. It was just gone. I walked through the apartment again, slower this time. I looked in every drawer, opened the closets, checked the bathroom cabinets. Nothing else seemed out of place. I told myself it was fine, that maybe I'd misplaced the knife, or maybe I opened the drawer earlier and forgot, that maybe the cleaner had unplugged the charger just to move something around. Still, I tried calling the number from the website, just to be safe. It rang once, then disconnected. I tried again. This time, nothing at all. I pulled up the website. Gone. Just a 404 error. No company logo. No contact info. No trace it had ever existed. I went to Venmo, tapped the payment, and clicked the profile. The photo was generic, just a gray silhouette. The name was listed as L. Carter. No other transactions. I copied the name and searched it. The first few results were noise LinkedIn profiles, Facebook accounts. Then I saw a local news article from 3 months ago. Short, almost nothing. A woman named Lisa Carter, arrested in connection with a string of home burglaries in the region. No mugshot, just a name, a brief mention, and a note that the investigation was ongoing. There were other results. Older ones, a police scanner log from 2019 mentioning the same name, same area, assault and theft. I stared at the screen. Then I looked around my apartment. Clean, quiet, nothing broken. Just a drawer cracked open, a knife missing, a charger unplugged. Small things, but it was enough. That night, I kept thinking about the drawer. It was such a small thing. It shouldn't have bothered me as much as it did. Nothing was missing. Nothing was broken. The place looked great. But I knew I didn't leave it open, and there was something about the way it was just slightly cracked, like it had been opened and closed a little too fast, that got under my skin. I stood in the bedroom doorway, staring at it for way too long. I even reopened the drawer and ran my hand over the folded stacks. Nothing felt different, but still, I knew it had been touched. You can just tell sometimes. I walked back into the kitchen and checked again for the knife. I looked through every drawer, the dish rack, the trash, even the fridge. It was just gone. Not stolen in the traditional sense, just taken, slipped away, quietly. I sat on the couch and stared at the blank TV screen for almost an hour. I told myself it didn't matter. Maybe she'd moved the drawer to dust and forgot to shut it. Maybe the knife had ended up in the wrong place. Maybe I was overreacting because of how weirdly quiet she'd been. Still, I kept the living room light on all night. Not on purpose, I just never turned it off. The next morning I tried the number again. Same thing. One ring, then nothing. I tried from a different phone just in case. Same result. I searched again for the website. Still gone. Cleared my history. Tried incognito. Nothing. That's when I opened the Venmo app and stared at the profile again. L. Carter. No profile picture. No friends. No public transactions. I searched her name again, this time narrowing it to my city. A couple of local forums came up, mostly junk, but one thread stood out. Someone had posted about a woman named Lisa Carter claiming to be a cleaner, then disappearing with a bunch of valuables. The original post was months old. The replies were scattered. A few people said they'd heard similar stories. One person mentioned their sister's friend had hired someone by that name and swore her place was off afterward. Another said she was arrested a while back but never charged. I clicked on one reply from a user named Dorian House Sadie 6. It said, "My mom hired her. Weird energy. Nothing was missing, but stuff felt moved. My mom got paranoid and installed cameras. Called the police, but they didn't take her seriously." That made my stomach turn a little. I got up, walked the apartment again. Same loop. Kitchen, bedroom, closet, bathroom. Nothing new. Nothing obviously out of place. Still, I ended up going to Target later that day and bought a little camera, one of those small magnetic ones you can stick above a doorway or on a bookshelf. It connects to your phone and records everything. I didn't think I'd actually need it, but I needed to feel like I was doing something. I set it up in the living room, angled toward the front door and hallway. That night I lay in bed and stared at the ceiling for what felt like hours. I heard noises I'd never noticed before, pops in the walls, cars in the distance, the hum of the fridge. I kept trying to remember more details about her. The way she moved, her face, her hands. She didn't wear gloves the whole time. I remembered seeing her bare hands when she was packing up. Pale, thin. Her nails were clean but short, like she cut them often, not bitten clipped. I remembered how quiet she was. Not in a shy way, just blank, like she wasn't really there. Thursday night passed without incident. Then Friday, then Saturday. The camera picked up nothing but me coming and going, checking my phone, pacing around like someone twice my age. I started to relax. Told myself maybe it was just a weird experience. Maybe she'd cleaned the drawer and forgotten to close it. Maybe I'd misplaced the knife. Maybe she was a real cleaner with a sketchy past who just wanted cash gigs and didn't talk much. But then Sunday afternoon, I noticed something new. The charger in my bedroom was gone. Not unplugged, gone. I was sure I hadn't moved it. It had been plugged in next to the nightstand since I bought it. I checked the floor, the drawer, under the bed. I searched the entire apartment twice, then again just to be sure. I even opened the closet and dug through my laundry basket like maybe I'd dropped it in a half-asleep state. Nothing. That weird, cold feeling crept back in. Someone had been in the apartment. That night, I watched the entire week's worth of camera footage again, frame by frame. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. No sign of anyone entering. But I hadn't installed the camera until after she left. There was a key hidden under the potted plant on my porch. Had been for years. Everyone did it. A backup for locked doors, for friends stopping by, for the dog walker. I'd never thought twice about it. I went outside. The plant was moved, just slightly. It wasn't centered the way I always left it. I lifted it. The key was still there, but it was clean. Cleaner than the dirt around it, like someone had used it, then set it right back. I didn't know what to do. Call the police and tell them what? That I hired a cleaner and now my charger was missing? That my kitchen knife was gone? That a drawer was cracked open? They'd roll their eyes, maybe take a report. Nothing would happen. I brought the spare key inside and hid it in a drawer under some socks. Then I ordered a deadbolt with a code lock and paid extra for same-day delivery. I spent Sunday night double-checking the windows. I turned on the camera's motion alert setting. I locked every door twice. But I still didn't sleep. Not really. Because if she had the key once, there was a chance she made a copy. And if she made a copy, she could come back any time. I didn't leave the apartment Monday. I told work I was sick. That part wasn't a lie. I felt like I hadn't slept in days, like my nerves were frayed just enough that one more strange thing might tip me over the edge. So I stayed home. Sat on the couch most of the day with the TV on low and the camera app open on my phone, checking the live feed every 30 seconds even though I was sitting in the same room. Every sound felt louder. Every breeze from the hallway vent made me flinch. I started making little mental notes of where things were: my bag on the chair, the coaster under my water glass, the way the rug sat just a bit off-center. That way, if something shifted, I'd know. Around noon, I went through my drawers again, not looking for anything missing this time, just looking. My underwear drawer was still fine, jewelry box untouched. But one of my earrings, the left one from a pair of little gold hoops I wore a lot, had been moved. Not stolen, just turned. The clasp was facing up instead of down. It was probably nothing, but still. I grabbed my laptop and went digging again. Back to forums, missing person boards, crime discussion threads. I searched Lisa Carter Cleaner, Georgia, even though I wasn't in Georgia, hoping maybe she'd moved around. Nothing solid. A few vague mentions, but always indirect. Nothing traceable. I typed her name into Facebook, Instagram, even Pinterest. I didn't really expect to find her, and I didn't. Just more blank profiles, empty usernames, gray silhouettes. I tried the Venmo account again, same as before. No photo, no friends, just a name. Around 3, I looked at the camera footage from the night before. Still nothing, but I kept watching. I even scrubbed through Saturday again, in case I'd missed something. And that's when I saw it. It was quick, maybe 3 seconds total. A soft flicker of movement on the very edge of the screen, just inside the frame where the hallway meets the living room. It happened just after midnight. I rewound it, slowed it down. They're just barely visible, a shadow that shouldn't be there, too low for the coat rack, too wide for the cat, and I don't even have a cat. No sound, no clear shape, but the camera picked up the shift in light. It wasn't the kind of thing that could be explained by wind or passing cars. It was inside. I felt that cold flush run down my spine, the one that makes your hands feel hollow and your mouth dry. I stared at the screen, heart pounding, suddenly very aware of every unlocked app on my phone, every account I'd used without thinking, every little digital trail I might have left behind. And then I thought about the plant again, the spare key I'd brought inside. I checked the drawer, still there. But now I couldn't shake the idea that a second copy existed, that maybe she'd made one the first time she was here, that maybe she didn't need the spare under the plant at all. I went to the door and stared at it like that would tell me something. The deadbolt was locked, so was the bottom lock. Everything looked untouched, but I didn't trust it anymore. That night, I pushed a chair up under the doorknob before bed. I turned the living room lamp toward the window so it looked like someone was awake. I put my phone and pepper spray on the nightstand and left the camera app open beside my pillow. Sleep came in short, shallow pockets. Half an hour here, 20 minutes there. Every creak in the floorboards felt too deliberate. Every shift in light outside made me sit up. At one point, just after 3, I thought I heard something. A tap, maybe, or a click. I froze, held my breath, but it didn't happen again. Morning came eventually, even though it didn't feel like it. I got up and started coffee, and it was only when I pulled the mug from the cabinet that I noticed something else. One of the mugs was turned the wrong way. All of mine face, right handles at 4 o'clock, always. It's a habit, not OCD, just preference. I always turn them that way when I unload the dishwasher, but this one was facing left. I stared at it for a long time. Then I checked the cabinets. One of the cereal boxes was backward, not upside down, just facing the wrong way. It wasn't proof, not really, but it was enough to know I wasn't imagining this. Someone had been here again. I called the police that afternoon. I didn't want to. I knew how it would go, but I needed the paper trail. I needed someone to write it down, to log the name, to at least pretend to take me seriously. The officer who came out was polite, young, clearly trying to seem helpful. She took notes while I explained everything. The cleaning appointment, the missing knife, the unlocked key, the charger, the camera footage. When I showed her the clip of the shadow, she leaned in and watched it twice. She didn't say much, just asked if I had a screenshot of the Venmo profile. I did. She wrote down the name, said she'd check with their system to see if anything popped, said it wasn't much, but it was something. Then she gave me the speech I'd expected. Without clear footage or forced entry, there's not much we can do right now, but we'll log this. If anything else happens, don't hesitate to call. And if you feel unsafe, don't wait. Get somewhere public. I nodded. She left. And that night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat on the couch with the lights on and the front door in view, one eye on the hallway, the other on my phone, just waiting for that shadow to flicker again. Tuesday night was when I stopped pretending. I hadn't left the apartment in almost 2 full days. Every time I tried, I ended up pacing by the door, checking the locks again, listening for sounds in the hallway. I even canceled a coffee date with Lydia, told her I had a cold, which wasn't exactly a lie. I felt sick, but it wasn't anything a thermometer could catch. I didn't even shower. That was the first time I caught myself doing something different, not out of laziness, but caution. It felt stupid, but I didn't want to be distracted. Didn't want to miss something. I kept thinking, what if she comes while I'm in the bathroom? What if that's when she tries the door again? I checked the camera footage obsessively, every 2 hours, then every hour. I kept the app open on my phone so I could see the live feed in the corner while I scrolled or tried to read. But I wasn't really reading. The apartment was clean, too clean now. Every drawer perfectly aligned, every cabinet checked twice. I'd started setting little traps without really calling them that. Left a piece of paper folded just barely under the edge of the doormat. Placed a single crumb on the counter. Lined up the salt and pepper shakers so they were touching. They were small things, but I needed to know if anything moved. I also took the spare key I'd hidden in the sock drawer and drove it across town. Dropped it into a random donation box outside a Goodwill just to get it away from me. I didn't trust anything anymore. That night, I dragged a kitchen chair into the hallway and sat across from the front door with my laptop. I didn't plan on doing it all night, just for an hour or two, but I lost track of time. It was almost 2 a.m. when I heard the sound. A tap. Then silence. Then another. It wasn't loud, just deliberate, like someone testing the surface of the door, or tapping with a fingernail. I went perfectly still, didn't breathe, just stared at the knob. It didn't turn, the lock didn't jiggle, but the tapping came again, 3 in a row, like a pattern. Then nothing. I waited. I don't know how long, maybe 10 minutes, maybe 30. Then I stood up and stepped silently to the peephole. No one there. But the hallway felt wrong, like it had just been disturbed, like the air was still settling. I didn't open the door. I didn't even touch it. I just sat back down, picked up my phone, and checked the camera feed. Nothing. I rewound the last 10 minutes and played it twice. Nothing. The feed didn't cover the hallway, just the inside. And I knew then, without question, that someone had been just on the other side, testing, watching, maybe listening. I didn't go back to sleep. I didn't even blink much. When the sun came up, I went to the hardware store and bought a second lock. Not a deadbolt and inside latch. Something that could only be opened from the inside, even if you had the key. I also bought a doorstop alarm, tiny little wedge you stick under the door that screeches like a fire alarm if the door moves at all. That afternoon I installed both. The latch went on crooked, but it held. The alarm made me jump when I tested it. Good. I also called the cleaning service number again. Still disconnected. I searched the site again, still gone. The Venmo account? Still blank. No history, no response when I sent a request for a refund, just to see. At this point, I wasn't expecting anything to change, but I kept looking anyway. It was like scratching at something under the skin. You know it won't help, but you can't stop. Around 6, Lydia texted again. "You alive?" I stared at the message for a long time. She had no idea what was happening. I hadn't told her the full story. I didn't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist. "I'm fine, just tired," I wrote. She sent back a thumbs-up emoji and nothing else. Later that night, I checked the traps again. The paper under the mat was gone. Not shifted, gone. I checked the garbage and recycling. Nothing. I hadn't vacuumed. I hadn't swept. It hadn't just blown away. I'd placed it carefully, just enough to see if the door had moved. And now it was missing. The crumb on the counter was still there. But the salt and pepper shakers, they weren't touching anymore. I knew I hadn't moved them. It was like someone was toying with me. Not robbing, not threatening. Just showing me. I'm still here. I locked every window that night. I placed my spare car key with the built-in alarm next to the bed. I even opened the utility closet and unscrewed the broom handle, just to have something solid nearby. And then I sat in bed with the lights off and the phone in my hand and waited. Half of me expected nothing. Half of me expected the door to swing open and end it all. But neither happened. Just silence. Just another night of no sleep. Just the long, slow awareness that whoever she wasn't finished. And she didn't need to be in the apartment to remind me of that. She'd already been here. She already knew what scared me. And now, she was using it. I woke up Wednesday morning with the kind of clarity that usually only comes after you've lost something. I hadn't actually slept, not in any real way, but sometime around 5:30, as the first sliver of daylight pushed through the blinds, I sat up, and something just clicked. I was done waiting. The fear was still there, sitting in my chest like a rock, but it wasn't in charge anymore. It was background noise now, not the main event. There's something strange that happens when you live with dread long enough. You start to get used to it. And once it stops being the scariest thing in the room, you have space to move. I made coffee, ate toast, didn't even check the camera right away. For the first time since the cleaner had come, I didn't rush to prove something had changed, because I already knew it had. I checked the traps later. The salt and pepper shakers were back in place, perfectly aligned. The crumb was gone, and this time there was something new. The smallest item on my key ring, a tiny flashlight I'd never used, was sitting on the hallway table. I hadn't put it there. I hadn't even touched my keys. She'd been back, again. And this time, she wanted me to know. I didn't call the police. I didn't want another officer telling me there was nothing they could do. I didn't want a report filed away in a drawer that no one would read. Instead, I grabbed my laptop, the USB drive with all the camera footage, and started writing everything down, every time, every detail, a full timeline from the day I found the website to now. I didn't just include the missing knife or the open drawer. I included the texts, the payment, the missing charger, the backward cereal box, the sound at the door. I wrote it all, printed 2 copies, and sealed them in envelopes. One I put in my bag, the other I dropped in the outgoing mail slot addressed to my sister. It wasn't about being dramatic. It was about making sure someone else knew. That afternoon I took a cab across town and walked 3 blocks to a coffee shop I used to go to in college. It was familiar, busy, full of people who didn't look twice at me. I sat near the back, ordered a drink I didn't want, and used their Wi-Fi to check the Venmo profile again. Still there, still blank. Then I tried something I hadn't before. I created a new Venmo account, different name, different phone number. I sent a payment request to L. Carter, just $10. In the notes, I typed, "You came back, I know." I watched the screen for 15 minutes. Nothing. Then I walked a few blocks more, found a public library, and used one of their computers to search for her again. But this time, I tried variations of the name. Lisa Carter, Linda C., L. Chapman, Cleaner Assault Report. Something finally hit. A brief police bulletin from almost 5 years ago. It was light on detail, just a name, a vague location in another county, and a single line that caught my eye. No charges filed, suspect released. The report listed her age. At the time, she would have been in her early 60s. Same age as the woman who walked into my house last week. I printed the page. When I got home, nothing looked different. The lights were off. The apartment was quiet. But that didn't mean anything anymore. I checked the footage. The camera had captured 4 hours of silence. Then, at 2:13 p.m., something new. Not the hallway this time. The camera had been moved. Just slightly. The angle had changed. It was now pointed a little more to the right, still catching the living room, but missing the hallway entirely. No alert, no sound. Just a perfect, silent adjustment. It wasn't me. I closed the app, turned off the lights, and sat on the floor next to the couch with the curtains drawn. I don't know why. It felt like the only place I could see everything at once. That's where I was when my phone buzzed. It was a Venmo notification. Payment request accepted. From @elcliens28. No message. Just the $10 sent back to me. She'd seen the note. She'd responded. That was her way of saying, "Yes, I know you know." And I think she liked it. I didn't respond. I unplugged the router, took the camera off the wall, and packed everything electronic into a box and shoved it under the bed. No more watching, no more tracking. Let her wonder if I was still scared. Let her wonder if I was waiting. Because I wasn't, not anymore. I spent the rest of the evening doing something I hadn't done in days, reclaiming my space. I cleaned, I reorganized, I played music, I cooked dinner. I left every drawer wide open while I worked, like a dare. Come look again, see what's different. She didn't come that night, or if she did, she didn't touch anything. But I could feel her out there. Close. Hovering at the edge of whatever this had become. She'd gotten away with it for so long, with slipping in and out, with watching, with taking. But she didn't know what to do when someone turned around and stared back. She came back Thursday. I knew she would. I'd been waiting, just not in the way I had before. Not the kind of waiting that wears you down, keeps your chest tight and your lights on all night. This was different. A kind of stillness I hadn't felt in weeks. I had no camera running, no app open, no security system notifications to obsess over. I'd stripped all of it away the night before. If she was going to show herself again, it was going to be face to face. I stayed home that whole day, moved around the apartment the way I used to barefoot, music playing low in the background, windows cracked to let the breeze in. I didn't leave any traps this time. I didn't check my drawers. I didn't touch the knife block. By then, I didn't need more evidence. I already knew the truth. It was around 6:45 p.m. The light was golden sharp, hitting everything just right. I was in the kitchen washing a dish when I saw her. She was standing across the street, just barely visible between the tree branches, not moving, not hiding. Just watching. I dried my hands slowly, walked to the window, and looked straight at her. She didn't flinch. She wasn't wearing the same gray coat as before. This time it was black, clean, sharp. Her hair was pulled back again. Her face looked exactly the way I remembered, calm, unreadable. But there was something different in her eyes. I think she knew it was over. That I wasn't scared anymore. That whatever game she thought she was playing, whatever power she thought she had, it didn't work here now. We stared at each other for what felt like a full minute. Then she turned and walked away. Not rushed, not dramatic. Just gone. I didn't call the police. I didn't take a photo. I didn't even write it down until the next morning, because it didn't matter anymore. I'd already won. The fear wasn't in the apartment anymore. It was with her now. I never saw her again. Not in person anyway. A week later, I checked the Venmo account one last time. At El Clients 28 no longer existed. The profile was deleted. I searched her name again. Same results. Scattered mentions. No arrests. Nothing concrete. But she was real. I knew that now. She had a system. She slipped through the cracks. She picked people like me, working women living alone. Just enough stress to justify hiring help from a random website buried on the 4th page of a search. Just enough pride to feel stupid after it went wrong. Just enough doubt to keep quiet. But not this time. I kept the documentation, all of it. The timeline, the printouts, the video clips, the receipts. I sent copies to 3 different places, a digital safety deposit box, my sister, and a non-profit that tracks missing persons and repeat scam patterns. I didn't care if she got caught. That was never the point. I just wanted her name to live somewhere she couldn't erase it. Eventually, I deleted the camera app, took down the latch on the door, started sleeping with the lights off again. I moved the new deadbolt to the front door anyway, kept the wedge alarm, just in case. But I don't think she'll come back. I think people like her only know how to haunt places where they're welcome in silence. And I don't live like that anymore. A month after it ended, I cleaned the apartment top to bottom. Not because I had to, not because it was dirty, but because I wanted to take the space back. I vacuumed under the bed, emptied the closets, donated 3 boxes of clothes, rearranged the furniture, put the couch against the other wall. It felt like I was walking into someone else's place. And maybe I was. Maybe that's what comes out of something like this. You don't bounce back. You change shape. You come out rearranged. But you come out. That's the part that matters. I still check the locks, still notice little things, still remember the way she moved, fast and precise, like she knew she belonged wherever she was. But I don't feel scared anymore. I feel sharp. I feel awake. The truth is, you don't need a break-in to feel violated. Sometimes it's just a drawer left open, a charger moved, a knife gone. It's the knowing someone was here. That's enough. And the real violation? It's when no one believes you. But I believed me. And that made all the difference. I wasn't planning on doing anything dramatic that weekend. My parents had gone to Devon for a friend's anniversary thing, one of those garden party things that stretches over 2 days because the couple is overly sentimental. They offered to take me, but I had exams coming up and said I'd rather stay home and get some studying done. That was half true. Mostly, I just wanted the house to myself for a bit. They left Friday morning. It was quiet after they pulled out of the driveway. Still and weird in that way a house gets when it's not full of the usual background noise. I made toast, played music, took a nap. Normal stuff. Friday night, I watched a few episodes of something and stayed up later than I meant to. Nothing spooky, no horror movies. Just comfort shows. I wasn't in the mood to wind myself up. It was just after 1:30 when I shut everything down, brushed my teeth, locked up, the usual. I'm usually a pretty light sleeper, especially when I'm alone. Any creak or thump sets me off. So when I woke up around 2 and heard what sounded like running water, my brain didn't panic right away. I figured it might have been outside, maybe rain starting, maybe the neighbor's hose, something like that. But when I sat up and listened, I realized it was coming from inside the house, upstairs. It was the shower. I froze, not immediately scared, just trying to make it make sense. Had I left it dripping earlier? I hadn't even showered that day. Was something leaking? Did a pipe burst? I got out of bed slowly, stepped into the hallway, and stood at the bottom of the stairs listening. No doubt about it, the shower was fully on, not just trickling. It was loud, the kind of sound you hear when someone's just stepped in. I went up the stairs, every step creaking louder than it should have. It felt like the house was holding its breath. When I reached the bathroom door, I could see the steam pushing out from underneath. The air was damp, warm, like someone had been in there for a while. I opened the door slowly. The room was empty. The shower was blasting hot water. Steam coated the mirror. The floor mat was soaked, like someone had stepped out and not bothered to dry off. I stood there for a second, heart pounding in my ears, before stepping in and turning it off. The tap was hot to the touch. I checked behind the curtain, opened the cabinet. Nothing. Just the same familiar space I'd used 1,000 times. I backed out of the bathroom, closed the door, and went back to my room. Locked it. I didn't sleep much after that. I kept telling myself it was plumbing, that maybe pressure had built up and forced the tap open. But even as I thought that, it felt like I was lying to myself. Because the water hadn't just turned on, the towel rack had a used towel on it, damp, folded the wrong way, not how I left it, and I hadn't used that towel since Tuesday. I stayed in bed until morning. When the light finally came through the window, I got up and went back to the bathroom. Everything looked normal again. No steam. The mirror was clear. The floor was dry except for the still damp towel. Then I noticed my toothbrush. It was wet. Not just the bristles, the handle too, like someone had picked it up with wet hands. It was resting on the sink instead of in the cup I always leave it in. I picked it up, turned it over. There was a small speck of something on the back, red, not blood red, more like clay or rust. I wiped it off and immediately regretted touching it at all. I checked the rest of the house. Every door was locked. The windows were closed. Nothing looked out of place, but I still had that feeling in the back of my neck like something had been there. Not was. Had. Later that day, after pacing and second-guessing everything, I remembered we had the Ring camera set up at the side gate. My dad had installed it after someone nicked a bicycle last summer. I opened the app on my phone and scrolled through the timeline. At 1:40 in the morning, there was motion. I clicked it. The video started with nothing, just the usual quiet view of the fence and the patch of gravel behind the kitchen. Then, just barely visible, a figure moved past the camera. Not fast. Just a slow walk, head down, arms close to their sides. I paused it, tried to scrub forward. Couldn't see the face. The motion light didn't trigger fast enough. Whoever it was, they knew how to avoid being lit up. But then, just as the video reached the end, there was a faint sound, like a click. I played it back 3 times before I recognized it. The back door unlocking. I sat there with my phone in my lap, cold all over. There was no footage of anyone entering, no footage of anyone leaving. Just that moment, that click. Then nothing. I didn't tell my parents, not at first. I knew what they'd say, that it was a glitch or a prank or a neighbor's cat triggering the motion light. My dad would probably reset the camera and forget about it. My mom would just tell me to double-check the locks and stop watching so many crime documentaries. But I knew something was off. You don't forget the sound of a shower turning on at 2 in the morning when you're supposed to be the only person in the house. You don't forget the feel of steam coming out from a closed door when no one's been inside. Still, I tried to get through the next day like normal. I cleaned a bit, made a proper breakfast, studied, or at least sat with the books open long enough to pretend that I had. But I couldn't stop thinking about the Ring footage, about that figure, the slow way it moved, the way it didn't look toward the camera once. It felt too calm, like someone who knew where they were going. That afternoon I checked the back door. I wanted to see if maybe it had been unlocked the whole time, and I'd just convinced myself it had clicked open. But the deadbolt was engaged. and the lock on the handle had that tight resistance like it had just been turned recently. Nothing was broken or forced, no scratches around the frame. Whoever had come near the house, if they didn't break in, they just entered. That's when I remembered the old sliding door. It's in the sunroom, technically more of a back extension. My dad always meant to replace the lock but never got around to it. You have to pull it hard to get it shut all the way, and the latch on it is finicky. If you don't lock it with the key, it can be jimmied open with enough pressure. I walked over, pushed on the frame. It opened. Not wide, just an inch or two, enough to make my stomach drop. I had locked it. I know I had. The night before, I did the usual routine: front, side, back, sunroom. Checked each door, turned each key. I even remember jiggling the handle to make sure it was secure. But now it was cracked open, like it had been shut in a hurry, or like someone left it just barely ajar, waiting. I locked it again. This time I tested it twice, pulled hard. It held. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been in the house while I slept. That they'd come in after the camera picked them up, moved quietly, turned on the shower, used my towel, handled my toothbrush, and then left without a sound. And maybe they didn't even leave. That was the thought that really got to me, the one that sat in the back of my skull all night. What if they were still here? What if they never left? I started checking the cupboards, the wardrobes, behind the curtains, under the bed. It felt ridiculous, walking through my own house like I was playing hide and seek with something that might not even be real. But part of me knew I wasn't being paranoid, knew this wasn't something I could laugh off in a week. The air in the house felt different, not haunted, just watched. That night I didn't sleep upstairs. I brought my blanket down to the living room, locked every door again, and left the lights on. I didn't bother brushing my teeth. The idea of standing in that bathroom back to the door made my skin crawl. I must have dozed off sometime after 3. I remember blinking at the telly, something old and muted playing, just trying to keep my brain occupied until daylight came. Then a noise woke me. Not loud. Just a quiet creak, like a footstep on old wood. I sat up, heart already pounding, and looked around. Nothing. I checked the clock. 3:22. The air was colder than it had been when I fell asleep. I reached for my phone and opened the Ring app, hoping maybe it had caught something again. Nothing. No new motion alerts. I closed the app, and that's when I noticed the light. Faint, coming from the stairwell. Not the overhead light. A soft, flickering light, like someone holding a phone with the flashlight on. I froze. Waited. No sound. Just the light moving slowly across the landing, stretching down the wall like it was reaching. Then it vanished. Gone, like it had never been there. I sat perfectly still for I don't know how long. Eventually I got up, turned off the telly, locked the door between the living room and the rest of the house. It wouldn't stop anyone, not really, but it gave me something to hold on to. I stayed awake until morning. Didn't check upstairs. Didn't shower. Didn't move. When the sun finally came through the windows, I stood up, stretched my legs, and went to the kitchen to make tea, and found the back door unlocked. Again. I don't know what I expected to find when I finally went back upstairs. Maybe nothing. Maybe that would have been worse. Silence can be louder than footsteps when you're already on edge. It was Sunday morning. The sun was out, brighter than it had been all week. Everything looked too normal in the daylight. My mug sat on the table where I'd left it. The telly remote had fallen onto the floor sometime during the night. My blanket was still in a crumpled heap on the sofa. If someone else had been in the house, they hadn't left a mess. They hadn't taken anything. They had just moved through it. Like they belonged there. I stood at the bottom of the stairs for a long time, listening. No water, no creaks, just quiet. Eventually I went up. Every step felt deliberate, like walking across ice you're not sure will hold. The bathroom door was closed again. I hadn't closed it. I was almost certain. I turned the knob slowly, expecting to hear something behind it, but there was nothing. No steam, no sound. Just a towel on the floor, damp again. This time it wasn't mine. It was the pale blue one we kept under the sink, the backup towel for guests. It hadn't been out yesterday. I stepped back into the hallway. The door to my bedroom was ajar. That was new. I had locked it. I know I had. I remember hearing the click, remember thinking it was the only lock in the house that made me feel safe. I pushed the door open. The room looked the same, mostly. Bed unmade. Clothes in a pile near the wardrobe. My desk covered in books and loose paper. Then I saw it on the pillow. A coin. Not mine. Not from anywhere I recognized. Old, worn around the edges, silver, with some faded design on one side. The other side was smooth, like it had been rubbed down flat. No date, no text. Just metal. I picked it up without thinking, then immediately regretted it. It was warm. Not room temperature. Warm. Like it had been in someone's pocket. I dropped it. It clinked on the floor and rolled into the gap under my dresser. I didn't try to retrieve it. I backed out of the room and closed the door. I didn't want to know what else might be in there. Instead, I went into my parents' room. I hadn't stepped foot in there all weekend. I felt weird even considering it, but part of me needed to know if someone had gotten in. Would they have gone in there too? The bed was made. Curtains slightly open. Drawers closed. But the wardrobe door on the left side was cracked open. I walked over, heart hammering now, and pulled it fully open. Their coats were there, undisturbed. Shoes neatly in a line on the floor. Except there was a pair I didn't recognize. Old trainers, worn out, with laces that had been cut short. They were muddy, the kind of caked-on dirt that doesn't come from a clean street. My parents are neat, obsessively neat, especially when it comes to shoes in their room. These didn't belong to them, and they weren't mine. I stepped back. Something shifted inside me then, something subtle but final. I no longer believed this was just someone passing through. This wasn't a random break-in or a prank. It wasn't about stealing or squatting or being creepy for the sake of it. This was intentional. They were leaving things behind, claiming space, marking it. I left the wardrobe open. I went back downstairs and made sure every door was locked again. I even dragged one of the kitchen chairs in front of the sunroom door. It wouldn't stop anyone, not really, but it made me feel like I was doing something. That afternoon I didn't leave the house, didn't call anyone. I sat on the floor of the living room with my back against the wall and tried to make sense of all of it. The shower, the towel, the toothbrush, the door, the coin, the shoes. It was like someone was piecing together a life that wasn't theirs, picking up where someone else left off, like they were rehearsing how to be me, or how to take up space in my life without being noticed. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I turned every light on in the house. I sat in the kitchen with a mug of cold tea and stared at the back door. And at 1:38 in the morning, the Ring camera went off again. Motion detected. I opened the app, watched the live feed. Nothing. Just the fence, the gravel, the garden. I waited. And at 1:40 exactly, the light triggered. For a second, just a flash of something movement behind the glass of the sunroom. Too fast to see clearly, but it was there. Then the camera cut out. Glitched. Then came back on. No movement. No sound. But the time stamp at the bottom, 1:41. And the back door was wide open. I didn't go outside. Not when the Ring camera came back on. Not when I saw the door wide open. I just sat there, phone in my hand, watching the live feed like it was going to explain something. But it didn't. There was no one there. No footsteps on the gravel. No voice. No shadow. Not even wind. Just that door wide open when I had locked it tight. That was when I finally called someone. I rang my friend Kieran. He's the type who doesn't scare easily, which was exactly what I needed. I didn't want comfort. I wanted someone who'd look at the back door and the shower and the shoes in my parents' wardrobe and say, "Yeah, you're not losing it." He picked up on the second ring. I said, "I know it's late. Can you come over?" He asked why. I said, "I think someone's been in the house, not just once." There was silence. Then, "I'll be there in 20. And he was. He arrived just after 2. Knocked on the front door with the kind of tap you use when you don't want to scare anyone. When I let him in, he didn't joke, didn't try to downplay it. He looked at me, looked around, and said, "Tell me everything." I walked him through it. Not in one big dramatic story, just small pieces one at a time, starting with the shower, and ending with the door on the Ring camera just minutes earlier. He didn't interrupt, just listened. When I was done, he stood there for a second. Then he said, "Let's go room by room." So we did. We started upstairs. My room was exactly how I left it, except the coin was back on the pillow. I swear I didn't touch it. I had dropped it. It had rolled under the dresser. I hadn't gone near it since. Kieran picked it up. "What is this?" he asked. "I don't know." He turned it over in his hand, then frowned. "It's warm." "I know." He set it on the dresser and stepped back. In my parents' room, the shoes were gone. Just gone. The rest of the wardrobe was untouched, but the space where they had been was empty. I stared at it for a long time, trying to convince myself I had imagined it, but I hadn't. I remembered the way the mud looked, the laces, the weight of it in the air. I looked at Kieran. He said, "You're not crazy." I didn't say anything. We went downstairs, checked the back door. It was locked again, tight this time. Deadbolt turned fully. I hadn't touched it, and I knew Kieran hadn't. I was with him the entire time. That was the moment where I felt something shift inside me. Not fear, not even confusion. Something colder. Like a line had been crossed. Like whoever or whatever had been watching was starting to respond, to engage, not just walking through anymore, not just using the towel or brushing against the edges of my routine. Now it was reacting. Moving the coin. Removing the shoes. Opening and relocking doors. It wanted me to know. I sat down at the kitchen table, hands shaking without permission. Kieran made tea. Just like that, walked into my kitchen like we were still 17, like the past hour hadn't happened. He set the cup in front of me. Said, "You need to talk to it." I looked up. "What?" "Whatever this is, you need to acknowledge it." I shook my head. No way. But even as I said it, I could feel it, that pull, that pressure. He said, "You don't have to ask it questions. Just let it know you see it, that you know it's here." I didn't like the idea. Everything inside me screamed that attention was the last thing it wanted. But maybe he was right. Maybe ignoring it hadn't worked. So I stood in the middle of the kitchen, took a deep breath, and spoke. "If you're here," I said, I know you've been in this house. I know you used the bathroom. You touched my things. You left something behind. You've been watching. Nothing happened. The fridge buzzed, the heating clicked, but nothing else. I looked at Kieran. He shrugged. "Maybe that's it," he said. "Maybe that's all it wanted." And for a moment, I almost believed it. Until the lights flickered. Once. Then again. Then the bulb above the table went out completely. The rest of the house stayed lit. Just that one. Kieran looked up. "Well," he said, "that's one way to answer." I went to the fuse box, opened the panel. All the switches were fine. I flipped the kitchen light off, then back on. The bulb stayed dark. When I returned to the table, the coin was there, right in the middle of the table. Not the one from upstairs. A second one. Exactly the same. Same faded side, same smooth surface on the other. And it was wet. Not soaked, just damp, like it had been held in someone's mouth. I looked at Kieran. He looked at me. And then we both agreed we weren't sleeping there that night. We didn't sleep. Kieran stayed on the couch, his phone clutched in one hand like it was going to shield him from anything that came near. I paced between the kitchen and living room until sunrise, checking doors that I knew were locked, windows that hadn't moved, light switches that worked fine everywhere but the kitchen. We didn't talk much. There wasn't anything to say. By 8, I made us tea. Neither of us really drank it. That was when Kieran said what I had been avoiding since the start. "You need to tell your parents." I nodded. I knew he was right. I should have told them the minute the shower came on that first night. But I had talked myself out of it, convinced myself it would pass, that it wasn't serious, that it would just stop. But it hadn't. It had escalated, and now I had no idea what I was dealing with. So I picked up my phone and called my mom. She answered quickly, too quickly, like she was waiting. "Hey, love," she said, "everything all right?" I told her everything, not in pieces this time. All of it, from the first night to the coins, to the back door, to the flickering light. Her voice was steady the whole way through. A few hums, a few quiet acknowledgments, but no gasps or disbelief. When I finished, she didn't ask any questions. She just said, "Your dad's going to want to speak with you." She passed the phone. My dad's voice was low, like he had stepped into another room. He said, "We should have told you." That set something off in me. I stood up, heart suddenly racing. "Told me what?" There was a pause. Then he said, "It happened before, a long time ago, right after we moved in." I didn't speak. I didn't even breathe. He went on. "There were little things at first. Water running, doors open, items moved. We thought we were imagining it." I looked at Kieran. He had sat up now, listening. My dad continued, "Your mom heard someone walk up the stairs one night. I wasn't home. She swore she felt someone standing just outside the bedroom, but there was no one." "Why didn't you say anything?" I asked. "I didn't want to scare you," he said. "You were just a kid, and it stopped, or we thought it did." "What did you do?" "We changed the locks, put up the camera, made noise about it, acted like the house was full, like someone was always around, and then nothing for years." "You think it's a person?" He hesitated. "I did, I used to, but now I don't know. There are things that don't make sense." "Like what?" He lowered his voice again. "That coin. I've seen it." "What?" "Once. It was on the windowsill in the kitchen when we came back from a weekend away. I assumed it was yours. You were still in primary school, but your mom swore it wasn't." "Why didn't you throw it out?" "I did," he said. "That night. Put it in the bin." "And?" "The next morning, it was in my bedside drawer." That stopped me cold. "You're not joking?" I asked. I wish I was. I didn't know what to say. The idea that they had known something, anything, and kept it from me made my stomach turn. I looked down at the table where the second coin had been. It was gone now. Kieran hadn't touched it. I hadn't moved. It had just vanished. My dad sighed. "We'll come home. We'll be there tonight." I hung up not long after that, sat down, let everything settle in my head. Kieran said, You all right?" I nodded, then shook my head. "They knew," I said. "This whole time, they knew." He didn't say anything, just looked around the kitchen like the walls were listening. Later that afternoon I tried to keep busy. I cleaned, vacuumed, washed every dish in the house even if it didn't need it. Kieran offered to stay again, but I told him he didn't have to. He said he would anyway. By the time the sun started to set, my chest was tight with anticipation, like something was winding up, like the house was holding its breath again. Around 7, my parents arrived. They didn't come in with bags or hugs. My mom went straight to the hallway and started checking windows. My dad looked more tired than I had ever seen him. He hugged me but didn't say anything right away. Once we were all in the kitchen, I pulled the attic ladder down. We hadn't checked there. It had never occurred to me. The house didn't have a real attic, just one of those crawl spaces above the landing, filled with insulation and the usual holiday junk. But when I climbed up and clicked on the light, I saw something new. A piece of paper. Not old, not yellowed. Folded neatly with my name written on the outside. I opened it. Inside, in blocky, smudged handwriting, were 4 words. "You left the door." I climbed down from the attic with the note still in my hand. My name was written across the front in thick, almost childlike block letters. The message inside, "You left the door," kept repeating in my head like an echo I couldn't stop. My mum saw my face before I said anything. She asked, "What is it?" I handed her the paper. She read it once and said nothing, just pressed her lips into a line and passed it to my dad. He looked at it, then sat down hard in one of the kitchen chairs. My voice came out quieter than I meant it to. "What does it mean?" My dad didn't answer right away. He rubbed the back of his neck like the words were stuck somewhere in his spine. Finally he said, "When we first moved in, we had trouble with the back door. You probably don't remember. You were small, still had night lights in every room. But for weeks, every night around the same time, the door would be open." I said, "Open how?" "Unlocked, or ajar, or just swinging wide like someone had come through it and never closed it behind them. We changed the locks, got new latches, still happened." "And you never told me?" "We didn't want to scare you." My mum spoke next, her voice flat. "One night, your dad stayed up late, sat in the kitchen with a cup of tea, and waited for the time it always happened, around 1:40 in the morning, just like you said." I looked at him. He nodded. "And?" "The door opened," he said, "but no one was there. Not on the camera, not in the garden, just open." That was it. No ghost stories. No flickering shadows. Just a door that opened every night on its own, and a note that seemed to blame me for something I didn't understand. I sat down across from them. Kieran stood quietly in the corner, like he was trying not to interrupt a family conversation, but also couldn't quite bring himself to leave the room. I said, "What if it's not about a person?" They didn't look surprised. Not anymore. My dad said, "We wondered. After it stopped, we told ourselves we imagined most of it, that it was just new house nerves, but now it was back. and it knew my name. We decided to stay the night, all four of us. My parents took their room. Kieran slept on the couch again. I stayed in mine, but I kept the lights on and my phone in my hand. At 1:35, I was wide awake, heart already racing, just waiting. I watched the clock tick past 1:40. Nothing. No sound. No footsteps. No shower. No door. I checked the Ring camera. No motion. No glitch. It was quiet. I stayed like that until 3, barely blinking, until sleep finally forced its way in. When I woke, it was bright again. I went downstairs and found everyone already in the kitchen. My mum was making eggs. My dad had his usual tea. Kieran looked like he hadn't slept at all. But nothing had happened. The note was still on the counter. The coin was gone again. That was the last time anything strange happened. We didn't talk about it again in detail. A few passing comments, sure. My dad bought another lock for the sunroom door. My mum saged the corners, even though she didn't believe in that sort of thing. Kieran stopped by less often, said he was busy. I knew it wasn't that. The house went quiet. A few months later, we sold it. No drama, no incident. We packed up like normal people, hired movers, signed the papers, handed off the keys to a couple from Belfast who thought it had charm and good bones. I never told them about the note, or the shower, or the door. And maybe that's wrong. Maybe I should have. But a part of me still thinks there's something about the house that doesn't like being named, like it thrives on attention, on fear, on someone acknowledging its presence. So I never gave it that satisfaction again. We moved to a newer house, one with clean walls, double glazing, no attic hatch hanging over the hallway. I kept waiting for something to start again, a noise, a cold spot, a trickle of water when it shouldn't be there. But nothing came. Life went back to normal. One night, maybe 4 months after the move, I went through an old box of books and found the original coin, the one from the pillow. It was still warm. I walked it outside, held it for a second, and then tossed it into the bin. It never came back. And that was the end of it. No big reveal. No final scare. Just a slow fading. Whatever was in that house, whether it was a presence or a memory or something that doesn't care about what we believe, it stayed behind. It waited there, but not for me.